My anime shopping tree, my cold prodigy wife. By LordNoname. Mysterious death and failed vengeance marked Lloyd Ferrum's first life in Riverio. Reborn on Earth, he earned a Nobel in military engineering, dying peacefully at 80. Now, he's back as his 19-year-old self in Riverio, years before his family's annihilation. Married to a cold, talented prodigy while he himself is seen as below average, Lloyd gains the shopping tree system. He begins buying incredible, anime-like powers, determined to create his own legendary fantasy. The world had been green, alive, moments ago. Sun-dappled leaves, the scent of warm earth, an idyllic canvas. Then, she had arrived, and summer had died. A predatory frost uncoiled from her, a tangible wave of frigid despair. It spread with horrifying speed, killing vibrant hues, replacing them with stark monochrome. The air, once a caress, now bit with a blizzard's teeth. Snow, thick as a funeral shroud, fell with furious intensity, a white, suffocating rage. The youth on the ground felt the change deep within his bones, a creeping cold mirroring the numbness from his grievous wounds. His blood, crimson seconds before, was crystallizing into grotesque, ruby-like shards. It crunched faintly when he tried to shift, the effort sending searing, then numbing, pain through him. Pain itself was fading, replaced by the insidious cold stealing sensation, turning his limbs to stone. He blinked slowly, snowflakes catching on his lashes, refreezing into sharp needles. His gaze drifted to the sky, no longer azure, but a churning maelstrom of bruised purple and angry gray, the source of the unnatural snow. It seemed the heavens grieved, or raged. Then, through the swirling white, she came into view, a figure of impossible, heart-stopping beauty, stark against the dying world she'd created. Her raven hair, darker than midnight, billowed around her like a storm cloud, untouched by the snow. Her eyes, wide and luminous, were polished obsidian, reflecting the icy desolation yet burning with an internal fire, a volatile, tormented incandescence. They were windows to a soul consumed by a blizzard of conflicting emotions. She moved with lethal grace, leaving no footprints, a phantom of winter's bleakest dream. Tears streamed down her flawless cheeks. Not warm tears, but ones that transformed instantly in the biting air, crystallizing into glittering, razor-sharp icicles clinging to her skin like macabre jewels, or shattering on the frozen ground with the sound of tiny, breaking bells. A delicate, chilling music for this private apocalypse. The cold emanating from her was a soul-deep chill, a winter of the heart made manifest. She reached him, a dark angel, and knelt. The hem of her dark gown, embroidered with silver threads like trapped starlight, pooled around her. The snow seemed to part for her, reluctant to mar her terrible beauty. Her obsidian eyes fixed on his, drinking in his stillness, his pallor, the frozen testament of his blood. His own gaze, the color of a stormy sea on the cusp of freezing, met hers. Empty, devoid of fear, hatred, or any plea. A calm, desolate expanse. "My love," she whispered, her voice a silken caress edged with breaking ice. The words were a grotesque parody of tenderness. Snowflakes settled in her raven hair, melting against the unnatural cold radiating from her skin. "Do you feel it?" she murmured, one slender, gloveless hand, pale as winter moonlight, hovering just above his paling cheek, her fingertips radiating a cold that was almost a burn. "The world a broken bar, it weeps with me, it freezes for our final embrace." He said nothing. His storm-gray eyes remained fixed on hers, a flat, unreadable expanse. No flicker of their shared past, no defiance, no hint of the passionate fire that had once burned between them. Only a vast, weary emptiness. An emptiness that clawed at her, a silent rebuke more piercing than any scream. A single ice tear detached from her cheek, landing on the frozen blood crusting his tunic with a tiny, almost inaudible click. "I love you," she stated, the words a raw, broken sound, like a wounded bird's cry. "So much. More than life, more than my sanity, more than the sun." Her obsidian eyes, for a fleeting moment, filled with an agonizing tenderness, a glimpse of the love now fueling this destructive act. "He has to see it, to feel it, even now," she pleaded internally. "This isn't cruelty, it's a broken bar preservation." "And because I love you so profoundly," she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, a lover sharing a terrible, intimate secret, because this love is a fire that consumes me, a madness that will not let me rest a broken bar. I must do this. I must claim you entirely. His expression did not change. No shock, no fear, not even surprise, as if she'd merely commented on the weather. There's a broken bar. This infuriating, soul-crushing emptiness in his gaze. A broken bar. It was worse than any hatred. It was a negation. A void where her passion, her pain, her very existence, found no purchase. Look at me. Her soul screamed. Feel something. Hate me. Anything but these. A broken bar. This nothing. It was an insult to the inferno raging within her. Don't you understand? She pleaded, her voice cracking, the ice tears falling faster, a glittering cascade. This is the only way to keep you, to preserve this moment, this terrible, perfect intensity. Before you change further, before you a broken bar. Forget. Her gaze hardened again, a flicker of dark, fierce possessiveness. The brief vulnerability vanished, replaced by a chilling, almost ecstatic resolve. If he offered nothing, she would carve her meaning onto his stillness. After your beautiful, stubborn heart has stilled, she promised, her voice a chilling vow against the wind's howl, I will follow. I will join you in the endless, frozen dark. I will hold you, my love, for all eternity. Our final, perfect, unbreakable embrace. Together. Always. He blinked slowly, a languid, almost dismissive movement, the only sign he still perceived her terrible, beautiful, insane intent. The silence stretched, broken only by the whispering snow and her ragged breathing, each exhalation a white bloom. With a sigh carrying the weight of a dying world, she moved. Her slender form settled onto his chest, the pressure increasing, a deliberate, ritualistic claiming. Her raven hair fell around them, a silken curtain, creating a private, claustrophobic world of shadow and chilling intimacy. Her hands, pale and cold as marble, rose, hovered above his throat, fingers trembling almost imperceptibly at the only betrayal of the maelstrom within. Then, they descended. Long, strong fingers wrapped around his neck, the touch firm, possessive, inescapable. She could feel the faint tremor in her grip. This is love, she told herself, a desperate affirmation. This is the ultimate act of devotion. There's a broken bar. This coldness in your eyes, my love, she whispered, her face inches from his, obsidian gaze boring into his, searching, desperate, for something no longer there. This terrible, empty glare. A broken bar. It is the same glare I once turned upon you, is it not? A flicker of painful memory crossed her eyes. A time when their roles were reversed. When I was the ice, and you were the fire, she murmured, her voice thick with a sorrow transcending grief. When my heart was a frozen fortress, and your desperate, foolish passion beat against its walls, seeking an entry I so cruelly, so proudly, denied. Her grip tightened, stealing his shallow breath, making dying lights dance before his fading eyes. The cold from her fingers seeped into his skin, a prelude to the eternal winter she promised. You hated me then, didn't you? She accused, her voice low, broken, thick with tears freezing directly onto his chilling skin. You despised my coldness, my refusal to yield to a broken bar. Relentless, consuming affection. You looked at me with that same burning emptiness then, your unrequited love turning to ash. Or did you? Was it hate, or was it there's a broken bar? This same awful indifference. The unwelcome thought pricked at her. His gaze remained unchanged, detached, empty. A mirror reflecting only the cold desolation she'd created. No hatred, no anger, no love, only profound, transcendent weariness. No, her mind recoiled. It must be hatred. He must feel something as strong as what I feel. This hatred you feel for me now, she declared, voice rising with manic triumph, fingers digging deeper, cutting off his air, a desperate attempt to impose her narrative onto his dying gaze. This beautiful, burning hatred, a broken bar. I will not let it fade. I will freeze it, here, now, for all eternity, by ending you. By preserving this moment where your soul finally mirrors the ice I once offered. We will be one, finally, in this frozen tableau of passion and pain. Her words were a torrent, a desperate attempt to find meaning, passion, even a twisted reflection of her love, in the void she met. To believe his state was a mirror of her past, a shared intensity, rather than a complete negation of everything she felt. But there was nothing. Only the tightening grip, the fading light, the encroaching cold. He didn't struggle, beyond involuntary, weakening spasms. He didn't plead. He didn't even blink. His eyes, the color of a winter sea just before it freezes solid, remained fixed on hers, a silent, damning testament to her failure. Her passionate, destructive love, her desperate need for a shared, eternal torment, found no purchase, no echo, in the vast, cold emptiness of his final moments. He was already drifting, leaving only the shell. Suddenly, a tremor ran through her. Not of cold, but of something else. A stark, horrifying realization pierced the fog of her madness. His lack of struggle wasn't acceptance, it was a broken bar indifference, a profound, soul-deep indifference her fire could not touch, her ice could not truly claim. Her grip, absolute moments before, faltered just a fraction. The manic light in her eyes flickered, shifting from crazed certainty to a dawning, terrifying confusion. This wasn't right. He was supposed to fight, to glare, to show something she could capture, freeze, possess. No. She breathed. The word a wisp of vapor, laced with a new, sharper pain. Not silent. Not empty. Her fingers loosened almost imperceptibly. Air, sharp and frigid, scraped into his starving lungs. He coughed, a weak, rattling sound, frozen blood cracking on his tunic. Her obsidian eyes, wide and now laced with a dawning horror that superseded her earlier resolve, stared at him. He was still alive, barely. The perfect moment she had sought to create had been flawed, wrong. His emptiness was not her past coldness reflected, it was something else, something she couldn't fathom, couldn't control. "We're broken bar, you won't even give me your hatred?" she whispered, the accusation raw, wounded, lost. The grand, tragic opera she had envisioned was falling apart, replaced by a silent, bleak tableau of misunderstanding. The raven-haired beauty knelt above him, her eyes tears continuing their silent descent, mingling with the frost on his skin. The world she had crafted for their eternal, passionate end now felt a broken bar hollow. He was alive, but the connection she sought to forge through death had eluded her. His silence was a louder scream than any curse. The snow fell harder, a final curtain on their tragic, frozen stage. But he was still breathing, a faint mist against the icy air, and she broken bar she was left with the terrifying, unexpected burden of his life, and the ruins of her mad, loving plan. The abyss of her love had sought an echo and found only the chilling whisper of his fading pulse. What now? What did eternity look like when its foundation had just crumbled to ice dust? Lloyd Ferrum, Archduke's heir, let out a sigh. Not just any sigh, mind you. This was a sigh that carried the weight of roughly 105 years of existence crammed rather uncomfortably into the body of a 19-year-old. It was his 10th such sigh since waking up on this ridiculously plush, yet undeniably not a bed, sofa. Okay, Lloyd, deep breaths, he thought, mimicking the calming techniques he'd learned during a brief, regrettable yoga phase in his 80s on Earth. In and out. Just like Mrs. Henderson taught before she tried to sell me that miracle gale powder. He pushed himself up slightly, the unfamiliar, yet horribly familiar, tautness of youthful muscles protesting mildly. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the bedroom, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, indifferent fairies. This was his room in the Ferrum estate, in the capital city of the Archduchy, on the planet Riverio. A planet he had died on at the tender age of 25. Right, his internal monologue continued, picking up speed like a runaway minor cut. So, recap. Born Lloyd Ferrum, lived 25 years, died. Cause still fuzzy, probably something embarrassing or pointlessly heroic. Reborn on Earth, lived a full, technologically advanced, magically devoid 80 years. Had coffee, discovered sarcasm, learned about taxes, even had grandkids who thought I was ancient history. Died peacefully in my sleep, surrounded by a broken bar, well, mostly medical equipment. But the sentiment was there. He paused his mental rambling. And now a broken bar. He glanced around the opulent room again. The heavy velvet curtains, the polished dark wood furniture, the faint scent of expensive potpourri. A broken bar. Now I'm back. 19 years old. On the sofa, he risked a peek over the armrest. There, cocooned in a mountain of silken sheets and blankets on the enormous four-poster bed, was the reason for his current seating arrangement. Rosa Siddiq, his wife. Newlywed wife, he corrected himself mentally with another, slightly more pained sigh. Married for precisely 1 week. 1 week and 7 nights spent contemplating the intricate patterns on the ceiling from this very sofa. The memory of their wedding night resurfaced, unbidden and unwelcome, like a tax audit. He'd been nervous, sure. It was an arranged marriage, a political joining of the powerful Ferrum family and the respectable, if less influential, Viscount Siddiq's family. He hadn't expected storybook romance, but maybe a broken bar politeness, a shared awkward giggle. Instead, he'd entered the room, heart thumping a nervous rhythm against his ribs, probably looking like a startled goose. Flashback, wedding night. Rosa broken bar? He'd ventured, his voice cracking slightly. 19-year-old Lloyd had not been the suave operator his 80-year-old Earth self occasionally imagined he was. She was already in bed, sitting bolt upright, clutching the covers like a shield. Her eyes, wide and surprisingly fierce for a 17-year-old girl who looked like she might break if the wind blew too hard, fixed on him. "Don't." The word was sharp, cutting through the heavy silence of the room. Her voice trembled, but not, he suspected, entirely from fear. There was anger there too. "Don't come near me." Lloyd froze, halfway between the door and the bed. "But a broken bar. It's a broken bar, you know." He gestured vaguely, feeling heat creep up his neck. "Our wedding night." "Smooth." "Real smooth." "I know perfectly well what night it is," she snapped, pulling the covers higher. "Just a broken bar. Stay over there." "Please." The please sounded forced, like a last-minute addition taught by a protocol tutor. "The bed is mine." He blinked. "Mine?" "But it's a broken bar." "Our bed?" "It's my side," she clarified, gesturing emphatically to the entire mattress. "We're broken bar. Find somewhere else." Her gaze flickered towards the sofa against the far wall. There. 19-year-old Lloyd, bless his cotton socks, had been completely flummoxed, faced with a determined, if slightly teary-eyed, teenage bride barricaded in bed. His repertoire of responses had apparently been limited to stunned silence and retreat. Oh, he'd managed. Right. The sofa. Good idea. Very a broken bar. Spacious. He'd backed away slowly, feeling utterly ridiculous. End flashback. Spacious. Current. Lloyd scoffed internally, rubbing a crook in his neck. And lumpy. He remembered his past self's rationale. She's young, probably scared. Give her space. Be a gentleman. He snorted softly. Right. A gentleman, or maybe just a coward who didn't know what else to do. For 3 long years in that first timeline, until his untimely demise, the sofa had remained his primary domain within this room. The last 3 years of his life, however, were spent on the battlefield. He'd never pushed, never demanded. He'd just a broken bar coexisted awkwardly with the girl who shared his name but not his bed. And look where that got me, he thought grimly. Dead at 25. He didn't know the exact cause. The memories around his death were hazy, like a poorly tuned television screen. But he knew it hadn't been from old age or a peaceful surrender. It had been sudden, violent, and likely connected to the turbulent politics and power struggles inherent in this world. Struggles his timidity had left him woefully unprepared for. He sighed again. That made 11. A new record. Chapter 2. Wait a minute. A different thought sparked, pushing aside the marital woes and existential dread for a moment. If I'm back a broken bar, does that mean a broken bar? He closed his eyes, concentrating. In his first life here, the system had been gibberish, screens full of an alien language, English, as he later learned, on Earth, that meant nothing to his Rivian-speaking self. On Earth, he'd finally understood it, tinkering with it idly, like a strange mobile game he couldn't quite uninstall. But Earth had no void power, no spirits. The system has been a curiosity, nothing more. Come on, you overgrown plant-themed shopping list. A broken bar. Show yourself. He focused, picturing the interface he remembered from Earth. Flicker. A translucent screen shimmered into existence in his vision, unseen by the outside world. Welcome back, user Lloyd Ferrum. System, the shopping tree. fully operational. Current system coins, 0. Shop access cost, 10 system coins. Ha! A genuine grin, the first since waking up, touched Lloyd's lips. It worked. It was here, and thanks to 80 years spent learning English on Earth, he could actually read it this time. 0 coins, he muttered under his breath, the grin fading slightly. Stingy as ever, I see. He remembered the grind on Earth 8, trying to figure out what counted as a task. Apparently, successfully adulting didn't offer many coin rewards. But here, in Riverio, this changed everything. This world ran on spirit power and void power. Inherited abilities, summoned spirits, complex power rankings from F to SSS and beyond. His family, the Ferrums, were an Archduke household, powerful, influential, but always teetering on the edge of political machinations. His father, Roy Ferrum, was strong. His mother, Milady Austin, equally so. Even his younger sister, Dorothy, showed promise. And him, Lloyd Ferrum, the first time around, he'd been a broken bar average. Pathetically average for an Archduke's heir. One spirit core, yes, but mediocre compatibility. A decent enough inherited void power from his father, but nothing spectacular. He hadn't even reached the ascension stage with his spirit before his death. And that spirit was a dog who could not even use magic. But now a broken bar. He looked at the flickering system interface again. By spirits, customizabilities, by void powers. Ranked them up. This wasn't just a second chance at life. This was a chance to potentially rewrite his entire destiny. To not die face down in some ditch at 25. To maybe, just maybe, figure out what the hell was actually going on, and perhaps, eventually, graduate from the sofa. First things first. He needed system coins. 10 just to open the shop. How did he get them again? Tasks, missions, trading valuables. He eyed the opulent room. There had to be something he could trade. A loose gem, a decorative silver button. He mentally scanned his own meager possessions from back then. Probably nothing worth 10 system coins. Okay. Tasks it is. What counted as a task? Getting off the sofa without waking the sleeping dragoness in the bed seemed like a high-difficulty mission right now. He carefully, slowly, swung his legs off the sofa, his movements measured and silent, honed by decades of practice, both the original sofa years and the Earth years of trying not to wake up his wife when getting up for a midnight snack. His feet touched the plush carpet. So far, so good. He stood up, stretching cautiously. His back popped. Definitely 19. He needed information. What exactly was the date? How long after the wedding was it really? Had anything significant happened in the weeks since the wedding that his past self had blithely ignored? He glanced back at the bed. Rosa hadn't stirred. Her breathing was deep and even. For a moment, seeing her like this, unguarded, young, he felt a pang of something other than awkwardness. She was trapped in this political marriage just as much as he was. Maybe even more so. In his first life, he'd never really tried to understand her side of things. Another thing to potentially change, he mused. But that was a problem for later. Much later. After coffee, and preferably, after acquiring godlike powers via a cosmic shopping catalog. Right now, Operation Escape the bedroom and find coins was a go. He tiptoed towards the door, his bare feet sinking into the expensive rug. Each step felt like navigating a minefield. He reached the door, his hand hovering over the ornate brass handle. Just gotta turn it. Slowly. The click of the latch sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. He froze, glancing back at the bed. Rosa shifted, murmuring something in her sleep, then settled again. Lloyd let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He slipped out of the room, closing the door with painstaking care behind him. Freedom. And the faint, lingering scent of expensive potpourri. Now, for the real challenge, navigating the Ferrum estate as a 19-year-old nobody with the memories of an 80-year-old earthling and a desperate need for magical game currency. This, he thought, a strange mix of dread and exhilaration bubbling within him, is going to be interesting. Lloyd Ferrum, temporarily displaced soul and current occupant of a body that felt suspiciously like it still owed library fines from its previous run, ambled through the grand, sunlit corridors of the Ferrum estate. He sighed. Again, he was pretty sure his psi count was approaching double digits before breakfast, which had to be some kind of record, even for someone juggling memories from two separate lifetimes. At least I can walk without my knees sounding like bubble wrap, he conceded internally, flexing his fingers. Being 19 again had its perks. No mysterious aches that appeared after sleeping funny, no need for reading glasses perched precariously on his nose, no existential dread triggered by daytime television commercials selling walk-in bathtubs. Just the regular, run-of-the-mill existential dread of waking up 6 years in the past in a world with magic, political marriages, and a distinct lack of decent pizza delivery. He passed another ancestral portrait. This one featured a grim-faced Ferrum ancestor with an improbably large moustache and armor that looked as if it weighed more than Lloyd currently did. The painted eyes seemed to follow him, silently judging his posture or perhaps his choice of sleepwear, which, thankfully, he'd swapped for presentable day clothes before venturing out. "All right, Great-Uncle Theron the belligerent," Lloyd thought, giving the portrait a mock salute. "Don't worry. I'll try not to pawn the family silver unless the system gives me a really good exchange rate." The thought of the system, his shopping tree, brought a flicker of excitement that quickly warred with the sheer weirdness of it all. A cosmic shop interface only he could see, offering superpowers in exchange for, well, he wasn't sure yet. Tasks? Shiny rocks. Fulfilling his father's expectations? The possibilities were disturbingly vague. He reached the imposing double doors of the main family dining room. Carved with intricate scenes of heroic Ferrums doing heroic things, mostly involving pointy objects and mythical beasts, they felt heavier than they looked. He pushed them open. Sunlight streamed through arched windows, illuminating a scene of quiet domesticity, albeit a very wealthy, aristocratic version of it. The long mahogany table, polished to a mirror shine, could comfortably seat 30. But currently hosted only 2. At the far end, his father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, sat ramrod straight, engrossed in a stack of official-looking documents bound in leather. His dark hair showed no hint of gray, unlike the distinguished silver Lloyd remembered him having later in the first timeline, and his jaw was set in a permanently determined line. He radiated "Do not disturb unless the castle is actively on fire" energy. Across from him, nursing a delicate porcelain cup, was his mother, Milady Austen, Duchess Ferrum. She was the picture of refined grace, her silver blonde hair swept up elegantly, her morning gown immaculate. She looked serene, but Lloyd knew from past experience that her calm exterior hid a will as strong as her husband's, just wielded with more subtlety and significantly less yelling. "Lloyd, dear," Milady's voice was calm, carrying easily across the vast space. She offered him a small, practiced smile as he entered. "You decided to join the living. Come, sit." "Cook made those honey-glazed sausages you profess to enjoy." "Profess to enjoy?" Lloyd mentally raised an eyebrow. Okay, maybe 19-year-old me was a bit dramatic about sausages. "Morning, Mother." "Father," he said, sliding into his customary seat, strategically placed far enough from his father to avoid accidental document spillage, but close enough to reach the salt. A servant materialized silently, placing a steaming plate before him. Eggs, fluffy and yellow. Sausages, glistening under their glaze. Thick slices of warm bread, accompanied by butter sculpted into the shape of a Ferrum family crest. A roaring lion that looked vaguely constipated. Aristocracy, Lloyd thought. It's all about the details. He picked up his fork, the familiar weight grounding him slightly. Food. Glorious, non-rehydrated food. He took a bite of sausage. Sweet, savory, definitely better than the protein bars he practically lived on during crunch time back on Earth. The peaceful chewing lasted approximately 15 seconds. "Your business tutelage," Roy Ferrum stated, the words dropping into the quiet room like stones. He still hadn't looked up from his papers. His focus remained absolute, multitasking disapproval and ducal duties with practiced ease. "Report." Lloyd froze mid-chew, the delicious sausage suddenly feeling like sawdust in his mouth. "And here we go." Business studies. The consolation prize for the genetically underwhelming heir. In his first life, he'd resented it, slacked off, scraped by with mediocre grades, much to his father's barely concealed disappointment. "Progress?" Roy prompted, his pen scratching across a document. The sound grated on Lloyd's nerves. Right. Business. What did 19-year-old him even know? Supply curves, profit margins, how to look busy while secretly reading forbidden novels under the desk. His Earth-life knowledge, however, was a different story. Decades spent navigating corporate structures, understanding market fluctuations, even if they were for things like holographic projectors and self-lacing shoes, not enchanted textiles and griffin eggs, and dealing with personalities far more challenging than a stuffy Riverian economics tutor. Chapter 4. Wait, who was the tutor again? Lloyd searched his hazy 19-year-old memories. Professor Abernathy, grumbles. Something vaguely Dickensian. He decided to invent its preceding adequately. Father, Lloyd began, choosing his words carefully. He swallowed the sausage lump. Professor Quentin Grumboldy seems pleased with my grasp of foundational principles. Yeah, Grumboldy sounds legit. He decided to embellish, drawing on faint recollections of Earth-based economics lectures he'd occasionally absorbed via osmosis while working on physics problems. We were just reviewing trade tariffs and commodity valuation concerning the southern provinces. Grumboldy noted my broken bar. He paused, searching for a suitably impressive but vague term. Innovative perspective on cross-border arbitrage. Nailed it. Probably. Roy's pen stopped scratching. He finally looked up, his dark eyes fixing on Lloyd with unnerving intensity. It wasn't disbelief, exactly, but sharp assessment. Like a hawk spotting a slightly unusual rabbit. Grumboldy? Roy frowned slightly. Wasn't your tutor Master Elmsworth? Blast. Lloyd scrambled internally. Abort the Grumboldy gambit. Yes, Master Elmsworth, of course, he corrected smoothly, hoping the slight flush rising on his neck wasn't too obvious. My apologies, Father. Thinking of? A character in a book. Elmsworth. He seems a broken bar. Satisfied that I show up, mostly. Roy's gaze lingered for a moment longer before he returned to his papers, apparently accepting the flimsy excuse, or perhaps just filing it away for later interrogation. Satisfied is insufficient, Lloyd, he stated, his tone flat. Adequate is unacceptable. He tapped the document in front of him with a decisive finger. These numbers, he said, his voice resonating with authority, represent the lifeblood of thousands. Our shipping concerns in the Azure Strait, the timber resources from the Whisperwood, the mining concessions near Dragon's Tooth Peak. He looked up again, his expression stern. Generations of firms bled to secure these holdings. Through strength of arms, through shrewd alliances, through unwavering will. That legacy is maintained not just by warriors, but by astute minds capable of managing and expanding our interests. This family demands excellence, Roy continued, his voice lowering slightly but losing none of its intensity. Whether it's commanding troops on a battlefield, negotiating treaties in the royal court, or balancing ledgers in a counting house. A firm does not merely participate. A firm excels. The implication hung heavy in the air. Excel in something, Lloyd, because you clearly aren't excelling in the traditional firm way. Lloyd felt a familiar prickle of resentment, the ghost of his 19-year-old self chafing under the weight of expectation. But the 80-year-old within him, the one who had been a science student, an engineer, and an army officer on Earth, saw it differently now. He saw the immense pressure on Roy Ferrum, the Archduke holding together vast territories, navigating treacherous political currents, and worrying about an heir who, by all conventional measures, was a broken bar lacking. He remembered brief, awkward moments from before. His father trying to teach him the basic sword stances, his own clumsy fumbling, yet the flicker of something not quite pride, maybe hope? In Roy's eyes when Lloyd accidentally managed a parry that wasn't immediately suicidal. He remembered the endless stream of tutors, the expensive equipment, the subtle inquiries about his progress, all delivered with the same gruff formality. It wasn't disdain, Lloyd realized with sudden clarity. It was fear. Fear for Lloyd's future in a world that preyed on the weak. Fear for the legacy he was supposed to carry. The business studies weren't a punishment, they were a lifeline, thrown by a man who didn't know how else to protect his strangely unferrum-like son. The stern lectures weren't about disappointment in Lloyd's lack of void power, they were about instilling some kind of strength, any kind, that might help him survive. The revelation settled over him, replacing the old resentment with a strange mix of empathy and determination. "I understand, Father," Lloyd said, his voice steady and clear. He met his father's gaze directly, holding it. "You demand results. I will provide them. In my studies, and in managing any responsibilities you see fit to give me." And, he added silently, a spark igniting within him as he thought of the shimmering system interface, "I'll provide results you haven't even conceived of." He pictured the shop screen in his mind. Spirits, void powers, upgrades. Could asking Master Elmsworth's stuffy economics class count as a normal work task? How many system coins for a demonstrating innovative cross-border arbitrage perspectives, even if accidentally attributed to the non-existent Professor Grumpoldy? A small, almost undetectable smile touched Lloyd's lips as he returned his attention to the rapidly cooling, crest-shaped butter. Maybe this business track wouldn't be so bad after all, especially if it funded his ascent from mediocre to potentially overpowered protagonist. First step, figure out where the library was. He had some studying to do, and maybe find out if Great-Uncle Theron had any loose jewels on his portrait frame, just in case. Earth biodata. Lloyd Ferrum, name, K.M. Evan A., lifespan, 80 years, lived, 2021 to 2101 AD, Earth Standard Calendar, A, height, 6.4 feet, approximately 195 centimeters, A, education, A, advanced degrees in engineering, mechatronics focus. This specialized field, combining mechanical, electrical, computer, and control engineering, provided the foundation for his greatest achievement. A. Advanced military education, graduate of relevant command staff colleges, War College, necessary for achieving Major General rank. A. Occupation, career, A. Primary role, commissioned officer, United States Army. A. Early career impact, primarily focused on advanced research development, RD, within military and associated high-tech sectors. A. Greatest achievement, age 27, circa 2048, designed and created the world's first functional flying mechanical battlesuit. This groundbreaking invention revolutionized warfare and technology. A. Later collaboration recognition. The suit's capabilities were significantly enhanced through AI integration by a scientist colleague. This combined achievement earned K.M. Evan and his colleague the Nobel Prize, in physics, approximately 20 years after the initial invention, circa 2068. A. Military progression, leveraged his unparalleled technical expertise, the strategic importance of his invention, and demonstrated leadership to rise through the ranks. A. Peak rank achieved, Major General, 08, held senior commands in advanced weaponry divisions and technological strategy. A. Legacy, revered as the father of the mechanical battlesuit, acknowledging his pioneering role even as subsequent generations developed more advanced iterations of the technology. A. Key skills expertise, A. Mechatronics engineering, expert level, A. Robotics advanced automation, A. Aerospace, flight systems design, related to flying suit, A. AI integration principles, collaborative understanding, A. Advanced weapons systems design integration, A. Materials science, implied for suit construction, A. Complex systems analysis problem solving, A. Strategic military planning leadership, A. Logistics high-tech resource management, A. High resilience mental fortitude, A. Fluent English, A. Unique, conceptual, linguistic understanding of the system interface, A. Family, wife, A2, his first wife, an army officer like himself, passed away when he was 30. They had one child together. At age 35, he married his colleague, a scientist. Both of them won the Nobel Prize, largely because of the strong bond she had formed with his first child. She is still living. Together, they have 2 children, and he has a total of 8 grandchildren. A. Personality, developed on Earth, had a disciplined life due to his military life, possessed a cynical, world-weary perspective and a dry, sarcastic sense of humor developed over a long and impactful life. Circumstances of death, died peacefully in his sleep in 2101 at age 80, likely from natural causes associated with old age. Instead of the resigned trudge back towards the opulent prison cell he technically shared with Rosa, Lloyd found his feet carrying him in the opposite direction. Past the echoing marble hallways, beyond the stern gaze of Great Uncle Theron the belligerent, who definitely looked more belligerent today, and out into the manicured expanse of the Ferrum Estate Gardens. He blinked, slightly surprised at his own deviation from the norm. 19-year-old Lloyd usually retreated after breakfast, seeking refuge in quiet corners or, more often than not, simply returning to the dreaded sofa bed arrangement. But 80-year-old Lloyd, the one currently piloting this youthful chassis, felt restless. He needed action. He needed a broken bar coins. Sunlight warmed his face, a pleasant sensation he hadn't properly appreciated in his stuffy second life dominated by artificial lighting and smog alerts. Birds chirped melodies that weren't synthesized ringtones. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their scents rich and real. It was aggressively idyllic. All right, system, he thought, strolling deeper into the garden, past sculpted hedges and bubbling fountains. Talk to me. What counts as a task around here? Pulling weeds, appreciating the topiary, scaring pigeons? Give me something. Anything. I need that shop access. He remembered his spirit, the one he'd barely acknowledged in his first life, the one deemed a broken bar underwhelming, pathetic, even by Ferrum's standards. He hadn't even bothered summoning it much after the initial disappointment. But now, every potential avenue had to be explored. He stopped in a relatively secluded clearing, shaded by an ancient, gnarled oak tree. Okay, let's see the little guy. He reached instinctively for his hip, where a warrior might wear a sword. Nothing. Right. Spirit stone. Where did 19-year-old me keep that thing? His hands patted his pockets. Then his tunic. Ah, there. Tucked into an inner pocket, sewn into the lining perhaps, was a small, smooth stone, barely larger than his thumb. It felt cool to the touch. He focused, channeling a minuscule thread of the nascent spirit power he possessed, pushing it into the stone. He remembered the basic principle: provide a flicker of energy, a connection point. The air shimmered faintly beside him, not with a grand explosion of light or a terrifying roar, but with a quiet sort of pop, like a damp firework deciding not to bother. And there it stood. Lloyd stared. It was a broken bar well. It was a dog, a scruffy, medium-sized dog with dull gray fur, ribs faintly visible beneath its coat, and ears that drooped apologetically. It blinked large, brown, slightly bewildered eyes up at him, then yawned, showing surprisingly pointy teeth. Its tail gave a single, hesitant wag, more of a nervous twitch than a greeting. This was his spirit, the companion bound to his soul, a creature meant to embody his potential, his power. And it looked like it had lost a fight with a particularly aggressive tumbleweed. Wait. Lloyd leaned closer, squinting. Those weren't quite dog ears. And the snout was a touch too long, too sharp. The pointy teeth suddenly seemed pointier. It wasn't a dog. It was a wolf, a severely underfed, disappointingly unimpressive, decidedly weak-looking wolf. Ha, Lloyd murmured aloud. Always thought you were a Springer Spaniel mix. My bad. The wolf tilted its head, looking confused, or maybe just hungry. Probably hungry. Just as that thought crossed Lloyd's mind, a familiar blue screen flickered into existence in his vision, hovering beside the pathetic lupine specimen. New task assigned. Task, Operation, Canine Cuisine Upgrade. Description: your spirit partner looks like it survives on dust bunnies and existential angst. Feed this decidedly wolf-like creature nutritious poultry, specifically, chicken, daily for 7 consecutive days. Goal: make it less a broken bar depressing. Aim for vaguely robust. Reward: 5 system coins, SC. Note: consistency is key. Don't skip leg day, broken bar or chicken day. Lloyd blinked. He read it again. Chicken, 7 days, 5 coins. A memory surfaced. Hazy, indistinct. 19-year-old Lloyd, seeing this exact screen, the strange symbols swimming before his eyes, utterly meaningless. He dismissed it as some weird magical static, a glitch in his underdeveloped spirit connection. Then, on Earth, vague recollections of the idea of the system, but this specific task lost in the decades of data, buried under calculus and coffee-fueled all-nighters. But now it was crystal clear, and ridiculously simple. Feed the sad wolf some chicken. Get halfway to opening the cosmic shopping channel. 5 coins, he breathed, a slow grin spreading across his face. For chicken. This was almost too easy, suspiciously easy. But he wasn't about to question his luck. All right, Fang, Lloyd declared, deciding on a temporary, suitably dramatic name for the scrawny wolf. The wolf blinked again, clearly unimpressed. Looks like your diet is about to get a serious upgrade. Chapter 6. He turned on his heel, determination radiating from him. The wolf padded silently behind him, a grey shadow of unmet potential. Lloyd marched back through the gardens, past the fountains, ignoring the suddenly very judgmental-looking topiary animals, and headed straight for the heart of the estate's culinary operations, the kitchens. He burst through the kitchen doors with purpose, startling a small army of white-aproned staff who were busy chopping, stirring, and generally making deliciousness happen. "Cook," Lloyd announced, his voice louder than intended. Head snapped up, whisks paused mid-air. A potlet clattered to the floor. The head cook, a stout woman named Martha, whose glare could curdle milk from 50 paces, turned slowly, wiping her hands on her apron. "Young Master Lloyd, is everything all right?" Her tone suggested she suspected everything was very much not all right. "Perfectly all right, Martha," Lloyd beamed, trying to project confident air rather than man on a bizarre system-mandated mission. "I require a broken bar chicken." Martha raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Chicken, sir? For breakfast?" "You just had sausages." "Not for me," Lloyd clarified, gesturing vaguely behind him. The small wolf poked its head nervously around Lloyd's legs, eliciting a collective gasp from the kitchen staff. "It's for a broken bar." "The dog." "Dog?" Martha squinted at the creature. "Looks more like a skinny wolf, if you ask me, sir." "Details, Lloyd waved dismissively. "He requires sustenance. Urgently. A large portion, please." "Cooked, preferably roasted, if it's not too much trouble. Breast meat is good." "Maybe a leg?" He was mentally calculating the nutritional requirements for rapid wolf strengthening. "Protein. Lots of protein." Silence descended upon the kitchen, broken only by the nervous shuffling of feet and the timid whining of the wolf, likely overwhelmed by the sudden attention and the overwhelming smell of food it wasn't eating. "Our broken bar, large portion," Martha repeated slowly, exchanging bewildered glances with her sous chefs. "For a broken bar, the wolf dog?" "Indeed," Lloyd confirmed crisply. "As much as you can spare." Immediately. Martha hesitated for only a second before decades of ingrained service kicked in. "Right away, young Master Lloyd." She barked orders, and suddenly the kitchen staff scrambled into action, albeit with numerous confused backward glances towards Lloyd and his scrawny companion. Minutes later, Lloyd was presented with a platter piled high with glistening, roasted chicken. "Enough chicken to feed a small family." "Excellent," Lloyd declared, taking the heavy platter. He turned to leave, the wolf trotting eagerly at his heels now, its nose twitching. As the kitchen doors swung shut behind him, he could already hear the hushed, frantic whispers erupting. "Did you see that?" Young Master Lloyd, feeding a wolf in the house, said it was a dog, blind as a bat, that near broken bar. "And the amount of chicken. Enough for the Duke's hunting hounds." "Has he gone mad?" "First the sofa business with the new mistress, now thee's a broken bar." "Maybe it's a phase." "Feeding a scrawny wolf roast chicken?" "That's not a phase, that's a cry for help." Lloyd ignored them, a smirk playing on his lips. Let them gossip. He had a mission. He carried the platter back to the secluded clearing in the garden. "All right, Fang," he said, setting the platter down. "Feast." The wolf needed no further encouragement. It fell upon the chicken with a ferocity that belied its frail appearance, tearing into the meat, crunching bones, its tail now wagging with genuine enthusiasm. Lloyd watched, fascinated. This was a broken bar progress. Maybe 5 SC worth of progress, hopefully. He sat on the grass, leaning back against the oak tree, watching the wolf eat the system. Chicken, a weak wolf spirit. It was all bizarre. But it was his bizarre reality now. And he finally had a tool, a path forward. Even if that path started with poultry. He spent a good hour there, watching the wolf demolish the chicken, occasionally glancing at the system interface, which remained stubbornly unchanged. No immediate coin reward. Right. 7 days. Consistency. Fine. He could do consistent. He'd managed 80 years of consistency on Earth, after all. Mostly consistently showing up for work and complaining about the commute. The wolf, eventually satiated, licked its chops, looked significantly less pathetic, and curled up near Lloyd's feet, letting out a contented sigh before promptly falling asleep. Lloyd looked down at the sleeping spirit. Maybe it wasn't so bad. Just needed some TLC and a metric ton of chicken. The lingering scent of roast chicken, a surprisingly persistent aroma for such an ethereal concept as spirit power cultivation, seemed to follow Lloyd Ferrum like a particularly savory ghost as he navigated the upper corridors of the Ferrum estate. He'd successfully completed day 1 of a Operation Canine Cuisine upgrade. His scrawny wolf spirit, now tentatively dubbed a Fanger, was currently digesting enough poultry to alarm a small village, and Lloyd possessed precisely 0 system coins for his efforts. Still, progress. Baby steps, or rather, chicken-fueled wolf steps. Now came the next item on his mental checklist, one far more daunting than facing down a potentially judgmental head cook. Visiting his wife, Rosa Siddiq, the 17-year-old political bride who had, with admirable efficiency and chilling politeness, relegated him to the sofa on their wedding night a week ago, a status quo that had persisted for 3 long, awkward years in his previous timeline before his untimely, and still frustratingly vague, demise. He sighed. That had to be sign number broken bar 13, 14, he was losing count. But it felt like a personal best for pre-lunchtime existential angst. Being back in his 19-year-old body, brimming with the cynical wisdom and accumulated weariness of an 80-year-old earthling, was proving to be a masterclass in cognitive dissonance. His knees didn't creak, but his soul felt ancient. He approached the door to their shared suite the room, his mind automatically corrected, a habit ingrained from years of sofa-bound exile. The heavy oak panel, intricately carved with scenes of Ferrum ancestors looking stoic and vaguely disapproving, seemed to loom larger than usual. He paused, his hand hovering over the polished wood. Okay, Lloyd, game plan, he coached himself internally. Remember Earth, remember taxes, traffic jams, terrible reality TV. This is just a broken bar interpersonal conflict, with potential magic involved. You handled board meetings where executives threw metaphorical staplers at each other. You can handle a frosty teenager. But could he? 19-year-old Lloyd certainly couldn't. That poor sap had been paralyzed by awkwardness, terrified of conflict, and utterly clueless about navigating the complexities of an arranged marriage, let alone the treacherous currents of noble society. He defaulted to passive avoidance, hoping the problem would just a broken bar go away. Which, technically, he did, by dying. Not the ideal resolution. This time, he resolved, steeling himself with the memory of lukewarm instant coffee and the sheer boredom of his second retirement, things will be different. No more sofa king. Time to actually engage. Even if it's like trying to engage with a particularly beautiful, well-dressed iceberg. He thought about the system, the tantalizing promise of power flickering at the edge of his awareness. Gaining strength was paramount. But strength in Riverio wasn't just about spirit power or void abilities. It was about influence, alliances, perception. Having his own wife treat him like an inconvenient piece of furniture wasn't exactly projecting strength or stability. If he wanted to survive, let alone thrive and maybe figure out why he died, he needed to change the dynamics within these very walls. Starting now. He took a deep breath, channeling the calm he used to employ before complex physics simulations or explaining to his Earth grandkids why Wi-Fi wasn't actual magic. A surprisingly difficult conversation. In our broken bar and out. He knocked, the sound echoing slightly in the quiet hallway. Silence. He knocked again, a fraction louder, firmer. What? The voice from within was muffled, sharp, laced with impatience. Not exactly a welcoming mat rolled out, more like verbal barbed wire. Lloyd winced internally but kept his external expression neutral. Progress, not perfection. "Rosa?" "It's Lloyd," he called through the thick door, pitching his voice to be clear but not aggressive. "May I come in?" A beat of silence stretched, long enough for Lloyd to mentally inventory the potential projectiles within the room. Then, a resigned sigh, barely audible. "The door is unlocked." Not quite a yes, but definitely not a get lost. He'd take it. Pushing the heavy door inward, he stepped across the threshold, bracing himself. The room was as opulent as he remembered. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, illuminating the rich tapestries depicting pastoral scenes, the gleaming dark wood of the vanity table cluttered with silver-backed brushes and delicate vials, the plush velvet armchair angled towards the fireplace. And dominating the space, the enormous four-poster bed, a fortress of silk sheets and embroidered pillows. The scent of expensive potpourri, predominantly lavender and something vaguely citrusy, hung in the air. But underneath it, fainter, yet distinct to his slightly reawakened senses, was a low hum. A subtle vibration of energy, like the thrumming of a plucked string just beyond the range of normal hearing. It centered around the bed. Rosa sat there, perched not defensively this time, but regally, in the exact center of the mattress. Her legs were crossed in a meditative posture, hands resting palms up on her knees. Her eyes were closed, long dark lashes brushing against her high cheekbones. Her usual severe hairstyle was slightly loosened, tendrils escaping to frame a face locked in intense concentration. The air around her seemed clearer, sharper. The sunlight didn't just illuminate her, it seemed to cling to her, drawn towards the focus of her power. She was cultivating, drawing in the ambient spirit energy from the world, funneling it into her core, refining it, making it her own. Chapter 8. Lloyd watched, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. Certainly. Even in his first life, he'd known she was talented, far more than him. Seeing it now, with the perspective of age and a rudimentary understanding of the underlying mechanics gleaned from the system's cryptic hints and earthly scientific parallels, her skill was even more apparent. He felt the familiar, bitter tang of inadequacy, the echo of 19-year-old Lloyd's frustration. He remembered Master Elmsworth's patient, yet ultimately fruitless, attempts to guide his own cultivation. While other students felt the flow, the pull of energy, Lloyd mostly felt a broken bar, itchy, like his awareness was scraping against a rough, unyielding surface. He could sense the energy, vaguely, like static electricity on a dry day, but drawing it in, that was another matter entirely. It was like trying to fill a swimming pool with a teaspoon, while Rosa wielded a fire hose. His internal estimate hadn't been far off. If she absorbed 9 units of energy in a given time, he was lucky to scrape together 1, maybe 1.5 on a good day, with a following wind and favorable astrological alignments. It all comes down to the spirit core, Lloyd mused again, his gaze fixed on the subtle intensity radiating from Rosa. His inner 80-year-old scientist and engineer took over for a moment, analyzing that little metaphysical engine, nestled somewhere near the soul. They say everyone's born with at least one. It's the gateway, the processor. It draws in the raw, untamed energy flowing through nature, the air, the earth, the light, and converts it into usable spirit power, unique to the individual. But the number of cores a broken bar, that's where the real lottery happens. Most people, just the one, like me. He felt a phantom frustration, a memory of straining, concentrating until his head pounded, only to feel the barest trickle entering his core. My single cow feels a broken bar, sluggish, inefficient, like a clogged filter. Then you have the blessed ones, the heaven-favored few. 2 cores are rare, a sign of significant potential. But 3? His gaze drifted back to Rosa, still lost in her meditative state. 3 cores, like Rosa has. That's exponentially better. 3 engines working in parallel, drawing in energy at triple the rate, or perhaps even more synergistically. It explains her speed, her effortless absorption. He pictured the stages of power again, visualizing them like levels in the game the system resembled. Manifestation, gather enough processed energy, get yourself a spirit stone, usually jammed into a sword hilt because those anti-spirit stone sheaths are damn convenient, and poof, You can summon your spirit companion. Like Fang, my little chicken-loving wolf. Ascension, keep gathering, keep refining. Get strong enough, talented enough, maybe bribe your spirit with enough treats, and you can start actually using its innate abilities directly. Fire breath, shadow steps, whatever its specialty is. Still need the rock, though. Power boost is significant, maybe tenfold what manifestation offers. Most dedicated spirit users reach this, and then a broken bar transcend. He let out an involuntary breath, the word itself feeling heavy with significance. The final stage. Forge such a bond with your spirit, understand it so deeply, that you can merge, become one entity. No more spirit stone needed. You are the power. They say it's another tenfold leap, maybe more. But less than 5% of users ever manage it. It requires talent, dedication, and a connection most people can only dream of. He looked at Rosa, the sunlight hallowing her focused form. With 3 cores humming efficiently, she wasn't just on the fast track, she was practically driving a magical bullet train towards manifestation and likely beyond. While he a broken bar well, he was still trying to figure out how to hotwire his own sputtering engine, armed only with poetry and a mysterious digital shopping list. But, a new thought intruded, sharp and hopeful, sparked by the memory of the system interface. Maybe the base specs don't matter as much now. The system lets me buy spirits, plural, maybe even more cores, though that wasn't explicitly listed. It lets me upgrade them. Maybe my single, crappy core can be broken bar overclocked, modified. Maybe Fang, despite his scrawny start, can become something formidable with enough system coins invested. The possibilities, vague but intoxicating, bloomed in his mind. His contemplation was shattered as Rosa's eyes snapped open. The serene, focused energy around her vanished as if switched off. The air grew still, heavy. Her dark eyes, cold and sharp as obsidian shards, fixed directly on him, standing just inside the doorway. The transition was jarring, from tranquil cultivator to wary sentinel in the blink of an eye. She tilted her head, a minute, precise movement, like a predator assessing potential prey, or perhaps just an annoying insect that had wandered into its territory. Her gaze swept over him, taking in his presence, his posture, the very fact that he was there, apparently uninvited and unwelcome. Well? Her voice sliced through the quiet room, crisp and devoid of any warmth. It held the ingrained authority of her noble upbringing, layered with the sharp impatience of youth. Are you going to stand the gawking like a fool all day, Lloyd? She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Or did you actually interrupt my cultivation for a reason? The familiar wave of 19-year-old Lloyd's anxiety washed over him as the urge to shrink back, stammer an apology, mumble an excuse about needing a book or checking the time, and make a hasty retreat to the comforting neutrality of the hallway sofa. He felt the heat rise in his neck, the sudden dryness in his mouth. Old habits died hard, especially when reinforced by years of awkwardness and a distinct lack of positive interaction. But the 80-year-old pragmatist, the scientist who'd faced down academic ridicule, the man who'd lived long enough to know that avoidance solved nothing, pushed back. Different approach this time. Change the script. He needed to establish a new dynamic, or he'd be stuck in the same rut that likely contributed to his early grave last time. This wasn't just about romance, it was about survival, alliance, and not spending the rest of his potentially short second life sleeping on upholstery. He consciously relaxed his shoulders, forcing down the nervous tension. He met her icy stare head-on, holding it steady. And then, dredging up a confidence he hadn't possessed at 19 but had cultivated over decades. On another world, he let a slow, easy smile spread across his face. It felt strange, like wearing someone else's expression, yet also liberating. He tilted his head, mirroring her earlier gesture, but deliberately infusing it with playful curiosity rather than suspicion. Actually, he began, his voice smooth, consciously pitched lower, warmer than his usual hesitant tones. The sound seemed alien coming from his own throat, but he pressed on. I wasn't just gawking like a fool. He let the smile widen slightly, allowing a hint of mischief into his eyes. I was admiring the view. Rosa blinked. Just a flicker of surprise in those guarded eyes, quickly suppressed, but it was there. Her carefully constructed wall of indifference had been momentarily breached by the unexpected maneuver. She recovered quickly, suspicion flooding back into her expression like a tide reclaiming the shore. "Thea broken bar view?" she repeated, her voice flat, skeptical. She deliberately looked away from him, scanning the opulent room with exaggerated slowness. "The view of what, exactly? The ridiculously overpriced vase my aunt sent? The drapes that clash horribly with the carpet? Or perhaps," she finished, her gaze snapping back to him, sharp and challenging, "the wardrobe you seem so fascinated with." Lloyd chuckled softly, a genuine sound this time, surprising them both. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. Her defensiveness was predictable, almost comforting in its familiarity. It was the change in his own reaction that felt significant. He took a deliberate step further into the room, closing the distance between them slightly. Not encroaching on her personal space, not yet, but moving out of the liminal doorway zone, establishing presence. "No," he said, his smile softening, becoming less playful and the more sincere. He kept his gaze locked with hers, refusing to be intimidated by her frosty glare. "The view of you, Rosa." He paused, letting the simple statement hang in the air for a pregnant beat, watching her reaction. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Was that a faint blush creeping up her neck, or just a trick of the light? Hard to tell. She pressed her lips together, annoyance warring with a broken bar. Something else? Confusion? He decided to press his advantage, however slight it might be. "You're incredibly beautiful when you're concentrating, you know," he continued, his voice maintaining its calm, warm tone. He leaned casually against the bedpost nearest him, adopting an air of relaxed confidence he definitely didn't feel bubbling beneath the surface. All focused and powerful. He tilted his head again, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Although, I have to admit," he added, his tone dropping to a near conspiratorial whisper, "you're even more striking when you're scowling at me like I've just tracked mud all over your pristine existence." He held his breath, bracing for the explosion, the indignant retort. The demand that he leave immediately and perhaps consider setting himself on fire in the hallway. He had thrown down a gauntlet, disrupting the established order of awkward silence and mutual avoidance. Now, he waited to see if she would pick it up, or simply freeze him out completely. This was new territory, uncharted and potentially perilous, but infinitely more interesting than the sofa. Chapter 10. The air in the room crackled, the previously tentative shift in atmosphere vanishing like smoke in a gale swept through an open window. The delicate balance Lloyd had attempted to introduce, the slight disruption to their cold, established routine, had shattered against the wall of Rosa's immediate and potent displeasure. Her eyes, which had perhaps flickered with a microsecond of unguarded surprise, now blazed with a chilling fury. It wasn't hot rage, not the explosive anger of lesser tempers. It was the frigid, focused indignation of someone whose control had been unexpectedly challenged. The faint hint of a blush, likely imagined by Lloyd in a moment of wishful thinking, was utterly eradicated, replaced by a pale rigidity. Her features, already defined by a certain aristocratic sharpness, hardened into an icy mask of command. "Get out!" Each word was a perfectly formed icicle, clipped and sharp, delivered with the precise force of a physical blow aimed directly at his unwelcome presence. It wasn't merely a request fueled by irritation. It resonated with the ingrained authority of a viscount's daughter, the assumed privilege of nobility, and the sharp, defensive reaction of someone deeply uncomfortable with vulnerability or unplanned intimacy. This was the Rosa he remembered from the fragmented, awkward memories of his first life as a young woman who wielded distance and disdain like both a shield against perceived threats and a sword to keep the world at bay. Lloyd's smile, the one he'd carefully constructed from 80 years of worldly experience and plastered onto his 19-year-old face, didn't waver, though the muscles around his mouth tightened infinitesimally. A tiny betrayal of the effort it took. He held his ground, maintaining the deliberately casual lean against the sturdy mahogany bedpost. His posture was meant to convey a lack of intimidation, a refusal to be cowed, a stark contrast to the cringing retreat his former self would have executed. 19-year-old Lloyd would have been halfway down the corridor by now, tripping over his own feet in his haste to escape the palpable disapproval, mumbling apologies for breathing the same air. 80-year-old Lloyd, however, had faced down corporate sharks, navigated academic minefields, endured the stark realities of military life on Earth, and developed a resilience far exceeding mere teenage indignation, even magically enhanced indignation. "I don't think so," he replied, his voice remarkably calm, maintaining an even, almost conversational tone that directly contradicted the glacial hostility radiating from her. "We're married, Rosa." He let the word hang in the air for a beat, a simple statement of fact that felt loaded with unspoken complexities. "This is technically my room too, even if current sleeping arrangements are." He paused, searching for a diplomatic term. Unconventional. He gestured vaguely towards the plush, yet undeniably lonely-looking, sofa nestled against the far wall, a silent acknowledgement of the status quo he was now determined to dismantle. Rosa's eyes narrowed further, becoming dangerous slits of obsidian fury. The air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. "I warned you," she hissed, her voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper that was somehow more terrifying than her earlier shout. It vibrated with suppressed power, a predator's warning before the strike. "Don't push me, Lloyd. You have no idea what you're dealing with." He simply looked back at her, the smile still playing faintly on his lips, his eyes holding hers steadily. He refused to break contact, refused to show the fear that 19-year-old Lloyd would have felt consuming him. Deep within her gaze, behind the icy anger, he saw it as the flicker, the gathering storm of focused energy, raw spirit power coalescing, preparing to be unleashed. He knew what was coming. He braced himself internally, not physically. There was no physical defense against this, but mentally. He dredged up reserves of fortitude honed over decades of disparate challenges on Earth, the focused intensity needed to debug lines of faulty code under crushing deadlines, the stubborn persistence required to argue grant proposals with committees seemingly designed to say no, the sheer grit developed during grueling military drills under unforgiving instructors, the quiet endurance learned during long, tense watches in simulated combat zones. These experiences, seemingly irrelevant in this world of magic and nobility, had forged a core of resilience within him, a bedrock beneath the surface of the awkward 19-year-old body he inhabited. Suddenly, it hit him. It wasn't a physical blow, not a sound that registered on his ears, not even a visible wave of shimmering energy distorting the air. It was pressure, immense, suffocating, inescapable pressure, descending upon him like the weight of a collapsing mountain range. The very air in the room seemed to thicken, growing heavy and viscous, pushing down on his shoulders, constricting his chest, grinding against his bones with relentless force. It felt as though gravity itself had abruptly decided to quadruple its efforts, laser-focused solely on the patch of expensive carpet he occupied. Breathing became a conscious, laborious effort, each inhale shallow and unsatisfying, as if trying to draw air through dense water. The edges of his vision seemed to subtly darken, the sounds of the room are the faint ticking of an unseen clock, his own ragged breath muffled as if heard from underwater. His mind registered with a strange, almost clinical detachment, even as every nerve ending in his body screamed in protest. Spirit pressure, direct application of raw will and refined energy, manifestation level, definitely, but the sheer density of it. Our broken bar feels like she's touching the fringes of ascension potential already. 3 cores working in concert, a broken bar significantly stronger than I remember her being at this stage in the first timeline, or perhaps, he considered grimly, first timeline Lloyd had simply folded so quickly he never experienced the full brunt of it. His knees, already protesting the unnatural load, buckled involuntarily. A sharp grunt escaped his lips, forced out by the sudden intensification of the force driving him downwards. The casual lean against the bedpost transformed into a desperate, trembling attempt to remain upright, his hand gripping the polished wood until his knuckles turned bone white. But it wasn't enough. The pressure was relentless, a tangible, invisible force crushing his physical resistance like a nutshell. With a final, protesting groan from abused muscles and joints, his left knee hit the plush, yielding carpet with a soft, sickening thud. He was forced into a kneeling position, his head bowed slightly under the crushing, invisible weight. Sweat, cold and clammy despite the pressure, beaded on his forehead and trickled down his temples. His breath came in ragged, painful gasps. This body, his 19-year-old body, lean but untested, was nowhere near physically strong enough to withstand this level of direct spiritual imposition from someone as talented as Rosa. But even as his body yielded, his mind, the mind of the 80-year-old soldier scientist trapped within, did not. He fought tooth and nail against the overwhelming instinct to collapse completely, to curl into a protective ball on the floor and wait for the torment to stop. He actively battled the rising tide of panic that threatened to swamp his resolve. He forced his head up, inch by painstaking, agonizing inch, his neck muscles straining against the oppressive force as if lifting solid stone. Tendons stood out like cords, trembling violently. Through sheer, unadulterated willpower fueled by 80 years of stubborn resilience, the ingrained discipline of a soldier who refused to break under simulated interrogation, and a newfound determination not to repeat the mistakes of his past life, he lifted his gaze from the intricate patterns of the carpet. He met Rosa's eyes again across the expanse of the room, looking up at her from his kneeling position. And he smiled. It wasn't the easy, playful smile from before. This was something else entirely. Tighter, strained, a grimace of pain transformed into an expression of defiance by sheer mental effort. The corners of his mouth were pulled up, but his lips were pressed thin. Yet, it was undeniably a smile. His eyes, though clearly reflecting the immense physical strain he was under, the slight watering caused by the effort, held no fear, no pleading, no submission, only unwavering, stubborn determination. A silent declaration: you can force me to my knees, but you cannot make me yield. First timeline Lloyd would be a puddle on the floor right now, he thought, a spark of grim, dark amusement flickering through the pain and the roaring in his ears. Probably apologizing profusely for existing, for breathing, for having the audacity to be born inadequate. The contrast was almost comical, if he weren't fighting just to remain conscious under the metaphysical tonnage. Chapter 12. Rosa stared down at him, her expression initially one of cold triumph faltering as she registered his unbroken gaze, his impossible smile. Her face remained largely unreadable, a carefully cultivated mask of noble indifference, but Lloyd, hyper-focused, caught the faint widening of her eyes again. The subtle shift in her posture, a slight tensing of her shoulders. The crushing pressure remained constant, pinning him like an insect under a collector's thumb, yet he refused to look away, refused to yield the silent, intense battle of wills being waged between them. He saw the flicker of surprise again, stronger this time, morphing into disbelief and perhaps a sliver of far-broken grudging confusion. This defiant reaction wasn't in the script. This wasn't the weak, easily intimidated, perpetually apologetic Lloyd Ferrum she knew, the boy she had dismissed and walled off so effectively. This was a broken unexpected, annoying, intriguing. Time seemed to stretch, measured not in seconds but in the pounding of blood in Lloyd's ears and the violent trembling of his supporting limbs. The pressure held, a relentless test of his physical and mental limits. His muscles screamed, threatening to give out completely. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision. Still, he kept smiling, kept meeting her gaze. You can break my posture. His eyes seemed to scream silently across the charged space, but my will is my own. Then, as abruptly, as shockingly as it had descended, the pressure vanished. Gone. Instantly. Lloyd gasped, sucking in a huge, shuddering lungful of suddenly light, blessedly normal air. The release was so sudden, so total, that his overstrained body almost pitched forward onto his face. He barely caught himself with his hands played on the soft carpet, head hanging low as he greedily drew in breath after breath. He stayed on one knee for a long moment, simply breathing, allowing his heart rate to slow from its frantic rabbit-like pace, waiting for the violent tremors racking his limbs to subside into mere shakiness. The world slowly swam back into focus. Silence descended upon the room once more, but it was a different kind of silence now, thicker, charged with unspoken questions and disrupted expectations. Rosa hadn't moved from her cross-legged position on the bed, a queen upon her silken throne. But the icy fury in her eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by a cold, calculating curiosity that was almost more unnerving. She studied him, really studied him, with an intensity she hadn't bothered with before, perhaps not since their disastrous, silent wedding night. Her gaze tracked his slow, deliberate movements as he finally pushed himself back to his feet, his legs still feeling decidedly shaky, like newborn foal's legs. He brushed off the indentations the carpet had left on his knee, taking a precious moment to compose himself, to push the lingering physical discomfort and the adrenaline surge aside. He straightened up fully, meeting her questioning gaze once more. The smile returned to his face, softer now, tinged with the weary resolve of someone who had weathered a significant storm. "Why?" she asked finally, her voice quiet but carrying an unexpected intensity. It lacked the earlier sharpness, the dismissive edge. It held a genuine note of inquiry, a subtle crack in her usual armor of carefully constructed indifference. "Why didn't you leave when I told you to? Why didn't you a broken bar break? No one, of your strength," she added, almost to herself, her brow furrowing slightly, "withstands my pressure like that without consequence." Lloyd took a steadying breath. He felt oddly drained, yet strangely invigorated. He had faced her power, her disapproval, and hadn't folded. It was a small victory, perhaps, but a significant departure from his past. "Because," he began, his voice steady now, clear despite the recent ordeal that had left him gasping on the floor. He met her intense gaze without flinching. "I made a promise." Implicitly, perhaps, but a promise nonetheless. "When I first entered, a promise to respect your space, to comply with your clearly expressed request not to broken bar approach you." He made a small, deliberate gesture encompassing the vast expanse of the bed, acknowledging the physical boundary she had established and which he had, until his ill-fated compliment, respected. "And I have upheld that, Rosa, out of respect for your wishes, freely given, even if I find Thema broken bar regrettable." He took a single, measured half-step closer, closing the distance slightly but still maintaining a respectful buffer. His expression turned serious, the last vestiges of the strained smile fading. "But I am also a man," he stated. The words simple but firm. "And a Ferrum, for whatever that name is worth in your eyes." He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink into the charged silence between them. "And I will never back down from something I've said, retract a statement honestly given, or allow myself to be intimidated into compliance, simply because someone dislikes my words and applies forceful pressure to silence me." He locked his eyes directly onto hers, holding her slightly bewildered gaze. "You asked me to leave because you didn't like my compliment." A cheap flirt, perhaps, but sincerely meant in its own awkward way. A flicker of his earlier humor returned, self-deprecating this time. "Then, you tried to force me into submission with spirit pressure because I didn't immediately obey your command like a whipped cur. I respected your first request regarding physical space and boundaries." "I will not," he declared, his voice hardening slightly with conviction, "bend to the second under duress." He held her gaze for another long moment, letting the challenge, the unexpected declaration of principle, and the sheer novelty of his resistance hang heavy in the air between them. He saw the flicker of calculation in her eyes now, the sharp mind behind the icy facade processing this new data, reassessing the variables. "You may not like what I said," he concluded quietly, his voice dropping slightly but losing none of its firmness. "You may find my presence irritating. You may wish I remained silent and invisible on that sofa forever. But I meant the compliment, Rosa. And I won't be bullied, spiritually or otherwise, into pretending otherwise." He stood there, legs still slightly unsteady but his resolve firm, waiting for her response. He had thrown down a gauntlet, not of aggression, but of self-respect and refusal to conform to the pathetic role he had played in their first life. The next move was hers. The residual tension in the room was thick enough to spread on toast. Lloyd stood there, legs mostly steady now, breathing even, the aftermath of Rosa's spiritual assault still humming faintly in his nerves like phantom vibrations. He had weathered the storm, refused to yield, and asserted a boundary based on principle rather than fear. It was a significant departure from the script of their first life together, a deviation that left an uncertain silence hanging between them. Rosa, still perched on the bed, regarded him with that unnerving, calculating curiosity. The icy disdain momentarily shelved in favor of cautious reassessment. Part of Lloyd, the weary, 80-year-old part that craved simplicity and perhaps a quiet cup of tea, urged him to cut his losses. He'd made his point. He'd survived the pressure test. He hadn't folded like cheap laundry. Maybe now was the time for a strategic retreat. Go for that walk, clear his head, maybe check if Fang had digested the small mountain of chicken without exploding. Facing this beautiful, powerful, and thoroughly infuriating young woman felt like trying to negotiate peace with a glacier, exhausting and potentially pointless. Just leave, the pragmatic voice whispered. Consolidate the minor victory. Live to annoy her another day. He actually took a half-turn towards the door, the impulse to escape the charged atmosphere strong. But then, he stopped. Another thought, sharp and insistent, cut through the weariness. He had her attention, didn't he? For the first time, perhaps ever, she wasn't just looking at him, but seeing him as something other than an inconvenient political necessity or a weakling to be dismissed. This unexpected crack in her icy facade, this flicker of genuine curiosity born from his defiance, was an opportunity, an opening he hadn't had before. He turned back slowly, facing her fully once more. The calculating look in her eyes sharpened slightly at his renewed attention. He wasn't leaving. Good or bad? She hadn't decided yet. He searched for the right words, discarding the easy platitudes, the cautious probes. No, if he was going to deviate from the script, he might as well rip the whole damn thing up. He needed answers. Context. Understanding the why of their situation was just as crucial as gaining power or feeding poultry to undernourished spirit wolves. Why? He asked, the single word cutting through the lingering silence. His voice was quiet again, devoid of challenge, but infused with a genuine, searching quality. He wasn't demanding, he was inquiring. Rosa tilted her head slightly, a silent prompt to elaborate. Chapter 14. Why did you agree to this marriage, Rosa? He clarified, gesturing vaguely between them, encompassing the opulent room, the invisible chasm separating them. You didn't want it. That much has been painfully obvious since the moment I first stepped into this room on our wedding night. He met her gaze steadily, refusing to be deterred by the coldness that began creeping back into her expression, like frost reforming on a windowpane. Someone like you, he continued, his voice gaining a note of conviction, acknowledging the strength he had just experienced firsthand. Someone with your talent, your spirit potential, a broken bar, your will a broken bar. He deliberately emphasized the last word, recalling the crushing pressure she had unleashed. You're not the type to simply bow to political expediency without a fight. He took another small step closer, driven by the need to make her understand the dissonance he felt. Even under pressure from your family, and from the Archduke, from the whole damn system, a broken bar you could have resisted. You could have refused. Someone with your capabilities, your potential strength, could have garnered support. There are factions, nobles, even elements within the royal court who might have backed a powerful, defiant young talent seeking to escape an unwanted union. You didn't have to marry me. He let the question hang heavy in the air. It wasn't an accusation, but a puzzle he genuinely couldn't solve. Not based on the fierce, proud, powerful young woman he was seeing glimpses of beneath the icy exterior. Why bind herself to him, the mediocre for a mayor, when she clearly despised the arrangement and possessed the nascent power to potentially defy it? Rosa's expression, which had briefly shown flickers of surprise and calculation, hardened completely. The curiosity vanished, replaced by a familiar mask of utter indifference, laced with a disdain that felt practiced, perfected. She looked at him as if he were something unpleasant she'd discovered stuck to the sole of her exquisitely crafted shoe. You, she stated, her voice dripping with a chilling condescension that made her earlier anger seem almost warm by comparison, and not worthy to know. The dismissal was absolute, final, a slammed door in the face of his attempt at understanding. It relegated him back to the status of an insignificant annoyance, unworthy of explanation, unworthy of consideration. The gap between them yawned wider than ever, seemingly unbridgeable. Just after the dismissive words left her lips, something flickered past her head. It was infinitesimally fast, a momentary distortion in the air near the dark strands of hair that had escaped her usually severe hairstyle. It was like a mote of dust catching the sunlight, but brighter, hotter, leaving a faint, lingering orange after-image that vanished almost instantly. It was so fast, so subtle, that Rosa, wrapped in her disdainful pronouncement, didn't even seem to register it. Her cold gaze remained fixed on Lloyd, daring him to challenge her dismissal. One lazy hand of Lloyd was pointing toward Rosa. It wasn't a thread. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was steel. A wire, finer than a human hair, impossibly thin, drawn from the very essence of his bloodline power. And it glowed with a faint, internal heat. The orange flicker, the visual signature of the innate fire ability that ran deep within the true Ferrum lineage, allowing them not just to manipulate metal, but to shape and temper it with their will. There, a grim satisfaction bloomed in Lloyd's chest, pushing aside the sting of her dismissal. "Let's see if this is worthy of your attention." His mind flashed back, unbidden, to a dark, dusty archive room deep within the Ferrum estate. 22-year-old Lloyd, reeling from the brutal, sudden assassination of his father, his mother, his younger sister Dorothy. The weight of the Archduchy suddenly, terrifyingly, his. Desperate for answers, for strength, for anything that could help him survive the viper's nest he'd inherited, he'd stumbled upon an ancient, leather-bound tome hidden behind a false panel. He was informed by his late father. The Book of Ferrum, True Lineage. Its pages, brittle with age, spoke not of the publicly known Ferrum void power ray iron body, the ability to harden one's skin, and iron manipulation, the crude shaping of nearby ferrous metals. That, the book revealed, was a deliberate fabrication, a shield, a lie maintained for generations to protect the family from enemies who would covet their true strength. The real Ferrum power, inherited only by the direct main line, was far more potent, far more versatile. Steel, not just crude iron, but its refined, stronger state, and not just passive manipulation, but active shaping, imbued with an innate, controllable fire affinity. The ability to forge, temper, and command steel with thought, heat, and will. To create weapons from nothing, to mend armor instantly, to weave defenses or deadly snares from whisper-thin metallic threads. It was a power kept secret even from the cadet branches of the family, known only to the ruling patriarch, passed down in whispers and hidden texts. A power his father, Roy Ferrum, had possessed but likely never had the chance to teach him before assassins struck them down in their own home. Lloyd had discovered it too late to save them, but just in time to begin mastering it in the 3 short, brutal years before his own death. Now, back at 19, with the knowledge intact, the power thrummed in his veins, nascent but responsive. He had just demonstrated a minuscule fraction of its control, sending that near-invisible, superheated wire whipping through the air with pinpoint accuracy. Rosa, still locked in her dismissive pose, finally seemed to sense a shift. Perhaps a subtle change in his stance, the lingering intensity in his eyes, or maybe the faintest crackling sound that had accompanied the wire's passage, too low for conscious hearing but registering on some primal level. Her gaze flickered away from him, a frown touching her perfect brow. She looked back. Towards the far wall, near the window, stood a heavy, ornate cabinet. Crafted from dark wood, it was reinforced with thick bands and fixtures of black iron, common decorative and structural elements in noble households. Or rather, it had been. Now, a clean, impossibly fine line sliced diagonally through the entire cabinet, from the top left corner to the bottom right. It bisected wood, iron bands, hinges, and lock with equal, contemptuous ease. The cut edges glowed faintly for a fraction of a second with residual heat, a thin wisp of smoke curling upwards before dissipating. Then, with a soft groan of stressed material giving way, the top half of the cabinet slid sideways along the perfect cut, tilting precariously before crashing to the plush carpet with a muffled thud, spilling its contents, say linens, perhaps spare blankets, say in a messy heap. Silence, absolute, stunned silence. Lloyd watched Rosa's face, and for the first time since he had known her, across 2 lifetimes, her carefully constructed mask of icy indifference shattered completely. Utterly, her eyes, wide and staring, flew from the ruined cabinet back to him. The color drained from her face, leaving her marble pale. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. Shock, a raw, undiluted, world-shaking shock was writ large across her features. This wasn't the dismissal of a viscount's daughter, nor the calculated curiosity of a powerful cultivator. This was the visceral reaction of someone witnessing the impossible, confronting a reality fundamentally different from the one they knew. She knew the Ferrum power. Everyone knew the Ferrum power. Iron body, iron manipulation, strong, respectable, but ultimately limited, especially in an air deemed mediocre. This, however, a broken bar. This silent, effortless, devastatingly precise destruction. A broken bar. This wasn't iron manipulation. This was something else entirely, something hidden, something dangerous. Lloyd held her shocked gaze for a beat longer, letting the implication sink in. He didn't need to explain. The demonstration spoke for itself. Then, with a thought, the invisible steel wire, still hovering in straight thin line near her hair, retracted instantly, dissolving back into the latent void energy within him. He straightened up, adjusting the tunic he wore. The weariness was still there, but overlaid now with a grim sense of satisfaction. He had delivered his response to her dismissal. He had shown her a glimpse, just a glimpse, of the truth lurking beneath the surface. He had proven, in a way words never could, that there was more to Lloyd Ferrum than she, or perhaps anyone, suspected. Without another word, without a backward glance at her stunned, frozen form or the ruined cabinet, Lloyd Ferrum turned and walked calmly out of the room, closing the heavy door softly behind him. He left the silence, the shock, and the shattered pieces of a very expensive iron-banded cabinet in his wake. And perhaps, just perhaps, the first seeds of doubt about just how unworthy he truly was. Chapter 16. The walk back from Rose's room felt longer, somehow heavier, than the journey there. Each step on the plush runner seemed to echo the crashing sound of the bisected cabinet, a sound that reverberated more in his memory than it had in the opulent room. Lloyd moved with a measured calm he didn't entirely feel, a carefully constructed facade hiding the swirling vortex within. The ghost of Rose's shocked expression, that precious, unprecedented crack in her glacial composure, was a vivid imprint behind his eyelids, a small, hard kernel of grim satisfaction. Take that, Ice Princess, a surprisingly vicious part of his 80-year-old psyche snarled internally. Not so easy to dismiss the unworthy husband now, are you? But the triumph warred with a lingering adrenaline buzz, the phantom ache in his knee where the spirit pressure had forced him down, and the profound, soul-deep weariness that came from wielding memories far heavier than his 19-year-old frame was truly built for. It was like running advanced astrophysics simulations on a pocket calculator. Possible, maybe, but prone to overheating and likely to shorten the device's lifespan considerably. He bypassed the echoing grandeur of the main halls, instinctively seeking the relative quiet, the green solace, of the gardens once more. Sunlight streamed through the tall arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, indifferent sprites. He ignored the stern gazes of ancestral portraits. Great Uncle Theron the belligerent seemed particularly disapproving today, possibly offended by the cavalier destruction of expensive furniture. Sorry, Theron, Lloyd thought wryly, needs must when the wife tries to metaphysically flatten you. He needed space. Space to think, to process the raw intensity of the confrontation. Space to reconcile the ghost of the man he had become in those 3 brutal years of his first life as the calculating, hidden predator forged in grief and necessity with the awkward, seemingly average youth he currently inhabited. That hidden power, the true Ferrum legacy of steel and fire, felt like a coiled serpent nestled deep within him. It was awake now, tested, responsive, potent, deadly, yes, a broken barber demanding a level of control, a finesse, he hadn't yet fully re-established in this reset timeline. Slicing a cabinet was one thing, threading a needle-fine wire of incandescent death required focus he wasn't sure he could consistently maintain just yet. The memory surged again, sharp and unwanted, triggered by the effortless demonstration he'd just performed. the faint metallic tang still lingering in his senses. Those 3 years of broken bar gods, they felt like 30. They hadn't been years of quiet mourning or careful administration under the guidance of experienced advisors, like some noble fantasy novel. Reality had been far crueler, far swifter. Flashback. The immediate aftermath. The moment Archduke Roy Ferrum, his sharp-witted wife Milady Austin, and their vibrant, promising daughter Jotham were confirmed dead, victims of a swift, brutal, inside attack within their own supposedly secure estate. The vultures had descended not with wings and talons, but with silk robes and honeyed words laced with poison. His uncle, Lloyd Ferrum, head of the most powerful branch family, a man whose ambition had always radiated just beneath his polished veneer of familial courtesy like heat off summer asphalt. He'd moved with ruthless, chilling efficiency. "My poor nephew," Lloyd had declared, his voice resonating with full sympathy in the hastily convened family council, his eyes sweeping over the stunned, grieving 19-year-old Lloyd. So young, so unprepared for this immense burden. He needs time to grieve, to learn. The duchy, however, cannot wait. Lloyd remembered standing there, numb, shattered, the world tilted on its axis. His uncle's words washed over him, meaningless static compared to the roaring silence left by his family's absence. "For the stability of our house, for the good of the realm," Lloyd continued, his gaze hardening as he addressed the other assembled nobles, "I will serve as regent. I will guide young Lloyd, protect our interests, until he is ready." Ready. The word was a joke. Lloyd never intended for Lloyd to be ready. He'd been sidelined, isolated within his own home, his access restricted, his loyal retainers systematically replaced or reassigned. A figurehead, a puppet waiting for his strings to be cut. Whispers filled the court. "Hey, it's for the best. Lloyd is strong." Lloyd was never suited, a weak heir in these times. A broken bar. Lloyd suspected darker motives, seeing the faint smirk playing on his uncle's lips when he thought no one was looking, wondering about the assassins who had so conveniently, so cleanly, eliminated the direct line above him. And flashback, but Roy Ferrum hadn't been a complete fool. He'd been paranoid, perhaps, or just pragmatic. Days before the attack, during a strained lesson on Ferrum history in the dusty family archives, one of their awkward attempts at father-son bonding, Roy had paused, his gaze distant. Flashback, the archive. "Pay attention, Lloyd," Roy had snapped, rapping his knuckles on a heavy, leather-bound tome detailing Ferrum military victories. The public version. Lloyd had flinched, his mind wandering as usual. Roy sighed, a rare crack in his stern facade. He ran a hand over his face, looking suddenly weary. "These a broken bar. This is just metal, boy. Hardness. Useful, yes, but limited." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper Lloyd had never heard before. "True strength lies deeper, in the foundations." He tapped a specific, unadorned section of the stone wall behind a towering bookshelf. "Remember this spot, Lloyd. Knowledge is the sharpest steel. Know your foundations." He'd straightened up then, the moment of vulnerability gone, the Archduke mask firmly back in place. Now, about the siege of Blackwood Ridge, a broken bar. End flashback. Lloyd hadn't understood then, not until after the funeral, adrift in a sea of grief and hostile political currents, desperate for anything, any anchor. He remembered his father's cryptic words, the specific spot. He'd waited until the dead of night, slipped into the archive, heart pounding. Behind a false panel, just where Roy had indicated, lay another book. Smaller, older, bound in dark, unmarked leather. The Book of Ferrum, True Lineage. Reading it by flickering candlelight felt like having scales ripped from his eyes, the world reconfiguring itself page by agonizing page. The iron body, the clumsy iron manipulation, a lie, a deliberate, centuries-old deception, a shield against enemies who would covet their true strength. The real Ferrum power, inherited only by the direct main linear broken bar steel. Infinitely malleable, impossibly strong, and the fire. An innate affinity, drawn from their very bloodline, allowing them not just to shape metal, but to forge it with thought, to imbue it with incandescent heat, to command it with silent will. Weaving defenses, deadly snares, whisper-thin blades from nothingness. It explained the legends, the fear, the power his father wielded so effortlessly. God's father, Lloyd thought, the old grief mingling with a fresh wave of awe and regret. You tried to tell me. You tried to prepare me. The knowledge became his lifeline, his secret weapon in a court designed to chew him up and spit him out. Grief morphed into cold fury, a burning need for vengeance, for survival. He threw himself into mastering the true Ferrum power, hidden away in forgotten corners of the estate, practicing while his uncle consolidated power. His single spirit core remained a frustrating bottleneck for cultivating spirit power, still like trying to fill a bathtub with an eyedropper compared to Rose's fire hose. But the void power, the steel and fire a broken bar, it was different. It wasn't about raw energy reserves, it was about precision, understanding, control. Less metaphysical muscle, more deadly finesse. Like learning intricate surgery versus swinging a sledgehammer. And Lloyd, the overlooked heir, the quiet student forced into a lethal corner, discovered he had a terrifying, chilling aptitude for it. His below-average status became utterly irrelevant when wielding a power designed for surgical lethality. Hours spent meditating, feeling the minute vibrations of metal, coaxing threads of steel finer than spider silk from the ambient potential, heating them to near invisible incandescence with focused will. He wasn't a battlefield powerhouse like his father. He became something else. A scalpel moving through the shadows of court intrigue. A ghost assassin. Those 3 years had broken by, he'd learned to weave whispers of superheated steel through the air, unseen, unheard until the snap of severed sinew or the hiss of cauterized flesh. He'd practiced shaping micro-thin edges capable of slicing through hardened armor like parchment. He'd bypassed magical wards, not by overpowering them, but by threading slivers of heated metal through their energy matrix, causing subtle disruptions, short circuits. He delivered poisons via nigh-invisible steel needles guided through keyholes. He'd caused accidents, collapsing chandeliers, malfunctioning carriage wheels, sudden illnesses that left no witnesses, only whispers and growing unease in his uncles and killer faction. Flashback, the Transcend User. Chapter 18. Captain Volag. Transcend stage. With a powerful earth-bear spirit, loyal to Rubel, brutish, effective, cornered Lloyd in a supposedly secure corridor. The air thick with Volag's merged power, stone rumbling. Lloyd felt the familiar cold calm descend. He didn't fight the power head-on. He felt the connection, the energy flow between Volag and his merged spirit. A single, hair-thin filament of white-hot steel, woven through the air like a phantom dart, impacted the precise nexus point of their bond. Not enough to sever it completely, not yet, but enough to cause a jarring disruption, a momentary feedback loop. Volag roared, stumbling, clutching his chest as his spirit flickered. In that instant of vulnerability, 3 more threads, shaped like stilettos, found the gaps in his manifested earth armor. No sound but a soft sigh. End flashback. Flashback, the Void User. Baron Hessman. High-ranking Void User, renowned for his impenetrable earth defenses, Hessman's fortress they called his signature technique. Suspected architect of the assassination plot, tracked him to a remote villa. Hessman surrounded himself in layered walls of rock, laughing. Lloyd stood outside, seemingly powerless. But he focused, extending his senses, feeling the steel reinforcing rods deep within the concrete foundations Hessman drew upon. He didn't attack the walls. He phased dozens, then hundreds, of superheated steel threads through the stone, following the rebar network, creating an intricate cage inside the earthworks. Then, he pulsed the heat. Not enough to melt the stone, just enough to turn the interior into an oven. Hessman's screams were muffled, short-lived. That had been just a month before his own death, a messy, brutal necessity, but a victory that had undoubtedly painted an even bigger target on his back. End flashback. The burning hot steel wire he had used just now against Rose's cabinet, flashy. A party trick, relatively speaking. A mere exclamation point compared to the silent, deadly sentences he had learned to write. In terms of the raw power and effortless control his father, Lloyd Ferrum, possessed right now, In this current timeline, it wasn't even 1%. Roy could likely reshape the entire cabinet into a soaring bird sculpture or slag it into a puddle of molten metal with less effort than Lloyd used to swat a fly. Lloyd's current 19-year-old body and reawakening abilities were a pale shadow yet. But it didn't matter. The implication, the sheer lethal potential hinted at by that minor feat, was enough. Rosa wasn't stupid. Far from it. She understood power, its nuances, its applications. She would have instantly recognized the signature, the impossible fineness, the residual heat, the clean cut-through iron. Not clumsy iron manipulation, something else, something hidden. She would understand, with chilling clarity, that if that same whisper-thin, impossibly sharp, superheated wire had been directed at her, even with her formidable spirit power and likely nascent defense, a broken bar, the damage would have been catastrophic. Severed tendons, cauterized organs, bypassing magical shields through sheer speed and heat before she could mount a full defense. Death might not be certain, but crippling injury? Highly probable. That understanding, that sudden, terrifying glimpse of a hidden, lethal capability in the husband she dismissed as weak and unworthy, was the source of her profound shock. The weight of these memories, the stark juxtaposition of the deadly skills he knew he possessed versus the current, frustrating limitations of his body and energy reserves, pressed down on Lloyd as he finally reached the secluded clearing in the garden. The ancient oak tree stood sentinel, its leaves rustling softly, offering dappled shade. Fang, the scrawny wolf spirit, was nowhere in sight, probably off finding a comfortable, chicken-scented spot to sleep off his unexpected feast. Good. Lloyd needed solitude. He sank onto the cool grass at the base of the tree, the rough bark a solid presence against his back. He closed his eyes, letting out a long, slow breath, consciously releasing the tension coiling tight in his gut. The confrontation had been necessary, the demonstration effective, perhaps even vital. But gods, it was draining. He needed a moment of peace, of quiet, before planning his next move. Coins. Still needed coins. 10 to open the shop, 7 more days of chicken duty for Fang for 5. Progress felt agonizingly slow. He sat there for several long moments, just breathing, listening to the cheerful, oblivious chirping of birdsong, feeling the warmth of the midday sun filtering through the leaves onto his face, trying to find his center amidst the swirling chaos of past lives and present dangers. Just as a semblance of calm began to settle over him, like dust motes gently landing after a disturbance, just as the turbulent echoes of the past began to recede into the background hum of memory, a broken bar flicker. That familiar, translucent blue screen shimmered into existence in his vision, hovering benignly before his closed eyelids. Congratulations, user Lloyd Ferrum. System notification, exceptional performance detected. Analysis, user withstood significant targeted spiritual pressure, estimated level, high manifestation, near ascension, through sheer force of will and maintained psychological composure. Further analysis, user executed a successful counter-demonstration of latent void power. Classification, steal, fire manipulation, highly concealed, effectively disrupting opponents' assumptions and altering the established interpersonal dynamic. Conclusion, unbelievable counterattack and resilience confirmed. Calculated risk deemed successful. Reward issued, 3 system coins, SC, current balance, 3 SC. Note: system approves of proactive problem-solving and asserting dominance. Furniture destruction costs not deducted. A broken bar this time. Lloyd's eyes snapped open. He stared at the notification, reading it twice. 3 coins. 3. Forgetting spiritually squashed like a bug, nearly having a panic attack while pretending he wasn't, and then slicing up a perfectly innocent, if slightly ostentatious, piece of furniture. And a cheeky note about it too. A slow, wry smile spread across his face, finally chasing away the last vestiges of weariness and replacing them with a spark of genuine amusement. It wasn't much, still 7 shy of even unlocking the damn shop menu, but it was something. Tangible proof. The system, his bizarre, slightly sarcastic cosmic shopping list, had recognized his defiance. It had rewarded him for not being the pathetic, apologetic doormat his first timeline self had been. Well, I'll be, he muttered under his breath, a soft chuckle escaping him. He leaned his head back against the oak again, the smile lingering. Getting paid actual magical currency for surviving my wife's temper tantrum and engaging in minor vandalism. Maybe this arranged marriage isn't entirely without its perks after all. He paused, considering. Though I suspect the cost of replacing that cabinet might exceed 3 system coins if Mother finds out. 3 coins closer. It felt absurdly small, yet monumentally significant. It validated his decision. His change in approach. Changing the script wasn't just about survival, it was, apparently, profitable. Now, if only feeding a wolf chicken offered slightly better returns. A broken bar 7 days for 5 coins felt distinctly like minimum wage work in the grand scheme of cosmic power acquisition. 7 more coins to go just to open the shop. He had a long way to go. The first slivers of dawn, pale and tentative, painted the high-arched windows of the Ferrum estate with streaks of grey and rose. Lloyd Ferrum cracked open an eye. Yup. Still the sofa. Still lumpy. Still smelling faintly of expensive potpourri and, now, possibly residual roast chicken molecules absorbed from his clothes the previous day. Progress. Debatable. He swung his legs over the side, the familiar protest of youthful muscles less pronounced today. Habit, perhaps, or maybe just the lingering adrenaline from yesterday's broken bar encounter. Rose's shocked face swam briefly in his memory. Worth it, probably. First things first. Operation, Canine Cuisine Upgrade, Day 2. He summoned Fang with a practiced flicker of intent into the small spirit stone. The grey wolf materialized beside the sofa, looking marginally less like a moth-eaten rug and marginally more like an actual predator. It blinked intelligent brown eyes up at him, tail giving a hopeful, almost enthusiastic wag. Clearly, the memory of yesterday's poultry feast remained vivid. "All right, buddy," Lloyd murmured, retrieving a prearranged, slightly smaller, but still generous, portion of cooked chicken he'd charmed out of Martha the head cook late last night with promises of far broken bar well, mostly just leaving her alone. "Breakfast is served." Fang devoured it with gusto, the crunching sounds echoing slightly in the pre-dawn stillness. Lloyd watched, ticking off Day 2 mentally. 5 more days, 5 system coins. Plus the 3 he'd earned yesterday. Our broken bar 8 total. Almost able to peek behind the curtain of the cosmic shopping list. After quickly dispatching his own breakfast as solitary affair this early, thankfully free of parental interrogation or icy spousal glares, Lloyd found himself summoned to the main dining hall slightly later. The full breakfast spread was laid out, sunlight now streaming brightly, illuminating the constipated lion butter sculpture in all its glory. His father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, was already seated, impeccably dressed, radiating his usual minor kingdom's tremble before my paperwork aura. He acknowledged Lloyd's entrance with a curt nod, eyes fixed on a ledger that looked complex enough to map troop movements across the continent. "Lloyd," Roy stated without preamble, his voice crisp. "Master Elmsworth awaits. Your tutelage continues today. Do not be late." He made a minute gesture with his pen towards a figure standing silently near the doorway. "Ken will escort you." Chapter 20. Lloyd glanced over. Ken Park. Tall, broad-shouldered, impassive face, dressed in the discreetly expensive livery of the Archduke's personal staff. Ken wasn't just a butler, he was Roy Ferrum's shadow, his long-serving right hand, and, as rumor and occasional quiet demonstrations had it, a void user of terrifying proficiency. His presence was less escort, more mobile security detail with extreme prejudice. "Yes, father," Lloyd replied dutifully, sliding into his seat and tackling the eggs with newfound purpose. "Business studies." Master Elmsworth, or Master Elm as the staff sometimes called him. Maybe today's lesson on tariff arbitrage, or whatever dusty topic Elm dredged up, could count as a normal task for the system. Every coin counted. He ate quickly, keenly aware of his father's silent, assessing presence and Ken Park's unnervingly still watchfulness from the doorway. "No repeat of yesterday's Professor Grumpoldy fiasco. Stick to the facts. Nod politely. Look engaged. Maybe even ask an intelligent question about export duties on griffin feathers." Soon enough, breakfast concluded, Roy disappeared back into his study with a mountain of documents, and Lloyd found himself walking through the bustling outer courtyards and towards the city proper, Ken Park gliding silently half a step behind him. The transition from the gilded cage of the estate to the vibrant, noisy reality of the capital was always slightly jarring. Merchants hawked wares, carriages clattered over cobblestones, the air thick with the smell of baking bread, horse dung, and 100 competing perfumes. As they walked, Lloyd couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversation from passers-by who recognized the Ferrum heir and his formidable shadow. See him, young Lord Ferrum. Looks pale, doesn't he? Always does. Shame about his powers, they say. Not like the Archduke. He a broken bar, and married to Viscount Siddick's girl. Rosa, wasn't it? Cold beauty, that one. A sharp female voice cut through. Beauty, yes, but matched with him, like bearing a swan with a broken bar. Well, a rather drab duckling, wouldn't you say? A snort of laughter followed. Harsh, Ilara, but not wrong. A broken bar. Lloyd kept walking, his expression neutral. Drab duckling, huh? He chuckled internally. If they only knew about the potentially lethal steel waterfowl lurking beneath the surface. The 80-year-old in him found the petty gossip amusing rather than hurtful. Let them talk. Perception was a tool, and right now, being underestimated might even be an advantage. Besides, he had more pressing matters, like finding Master Elmsworth's lecture hall without getting lost, and maybe earning some quick cash. As they turned onto a slightly less crowded side street, lined with artisan shops and smaller residences, a commotion ahead caught Lloyd's attention. 3 youths, lounging against a wall with swaggering arrogance, were blocking the path of 2 younger girls, clearly students by their simple dresses and satchels. The girls looked frightened, trying to edge past, while the tallest of the youths, presumably the leader, judging by his sneering expression and the way the other 2 flanked him, leaned in, blocking their way, saying something crude Lloyd couldn't quite make out. Classic bully behavior. Pathetic. Just as a surge of annoyance, the ingrained don't be a bystander instinct drilled into him during his Earth life, pricked at Lloyd. A familiar blue screen flickered into view. New task available. Task: Public nuisance correction. Description: 3 local hoodlums are engaging in unsavory behavior, harassing innocents. Deliver a swift, corrective slap to the designated leader's face. Reward: 2 system coins, SC. Bonus objective: optional, no extra reward. Deliver a brief lecture on social decorum, because someone has to. Lloyd blinked. 2 coins for a slap and a lecture. The system had a strange sense of justice, and apparently, a fondness for public service announcements. He glanced back slightly. Ken Park hadn't reacted, his expression as impassive as ever, but Lloyd knew the bodyguard missed nothing. Ken wouldn't interfere unless Lloyd was directly threatened, but his mere presence was a significant deterrent. These street toughs, while bold enough to bother young girls, wouldn't dare lay a hand on the Archduke's heir, especially not with Ken looming nearby. They might posture, they might bluster, but physical retaliation? Not a chance. The consequences would be swift and severe. Well, Lloyd thought, a slow grin touching his lips. Free slap, free coins. Don't mind if I do. He changed direction abruptly, striding purposefully towards the group. Ken adjusted his position seamlessly, remaining just behind and to the right, a silent, imposing shadow. The hoodlums looked up as Lloyd approached, their sneers faltering slightly as they recognized the crest on his tunic, their eyes flicking nervously towards Ken. The leader straightened up, trying to regain his swagger. Well, the leader began, puffing out his chest. If it isn't young Lord Ferrum slumming it. What brings nobility? Smack. The sound echoed sharply in the relatively quiet street. Lloyd hadn't held back. His hand connected squarely with the leader's cheek, snapping the youth's head to the side with surprising force. A bright red handprint instantly bloomed on the stunned bully's face. Silence descended. The 2 flanking hoodlums gaped, jaws slack. The harassed girls stared, wide-eyed. Even a few passers-by stopped, drawn by the sudden violence. The leader slowly turned his head back, eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning fury, one hand gingerly touching his stinging cheek. "We're broken bar, you hit me?" he stammered, incredulous. Lloyd calmly lowered his hand, flexing his fingers slightly. Adrenaline spiked, but he kept his voice level, adopting the slightly condescending tone of a disappointed teacher addressing unruly students. A tone perfected over decades of dealing with obstinate lab assistants, army juniors and clueless interns on Earth. Indeed, Lloyd confirmed coolly. Consider it a practical lesson in cause and effect. The cause? Your deplorable behavior towards these young ladies. The effect? He gestured towards the leader's rapidly swelling cheek. That. He took a step closer, ignoring the leader's sputtering rage and the nervous shifting of the other two. Furthermore, Lloyd continued, launching into the bonus objective with relish, allow me to elucidate on the fundamental principles of social decorum within a civilized society. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a lecturing posture. Firstly, impeding the progress of fellow citizens, particularly those clearly weaker or attempting to avoid confrontation, is indicative of poor breeding and a profound lack of character. Secondly, verbal harassment, while perhaps not drawing blood, inflicts wounds upon dignity and safety, marking the perpetrator as little more than a boorish lout. He fixed his gaze on the stunned leader. Thirdly, and perhaps most pertinently to your immediate future, choosing to engage in such reprehensible activities directly in front of identifiable members of the ducal household, he subtly inclined his head towards the stoic Ken Park, whose gaze alone seemed to make the hoodlums shrink, demonstrates a level of foolishness bordering on the suicidal. Do you comprehend the potential ramifications? The three youths stood frozen, mouths opening and closing like stranded fish. The leader's fury was rapidly being replaced by dawning fear as Lloyd's words, coupled with Ken Park's silent menace, sank in. They knew exactly who Lloyd was, and more importantly, who Ken Park was. Retaliation was unthinkable. Murmurs rippled through the small crowd of onlookers. Shock gave way to hesitant nods, even a few quiet words of approval. Served him right. About time someone taught those pests a lesson. Young Lord Ferrum didn't expect that from him. A broken bar. Did you hear that lecture? Sounded like my old tutor. Lloyd surveyed the scene. The terrified girls now slipping away gratefully, the humiliated hoodlums practically vibrating with impotent rage and fear, the surprised but approving onlookers. Mission accomplished. He gave the leader one last, pitying look. I suggest you find a more constructive, and considerably less hazardous, way to occupy your time. Good day. Without waiting for a reply, Lloyd turned crisply and resumed his walk towards Master Elmsworth's establishment, Ken falling into step silently behind him. As they moved away, the system notification popped up again, confirming his success. Task complete, public nuisance correction. Reward issued, 2 system coins, SC, current balance, 5 SC. Note, eloquent lecturing skills noted. System reminds user that physical correction is often faster. Lloyd permitted himself another small, internal chuckle. 5 coins. Halfway there, and all it took was feeding a wolf, surviving his wife's wrath, slicing up furniture, and slapping a bully while delivering a pompous lecture. This journey back through his own life was proving stranger, and potentially more lucrative, than he could ever have imagined. Now, about those export duties. A broken bar. The lecture hall designated for Master Elmsworth's exclusive tutelage was precisely as Lloyd remembered, oppressively quiet, smelling faintly of old parchment and beeswax polish, and dominated by a large, dark oak table scarred by generations of bored noble youths doodling arcane symbols or insults about their tutors. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick, leaded glass windows, casting long, dusty beams across the room. Master Elmsworth, known colloquially, and never to his face, as Master Elm, stood waiting near a large slate board covered in neat, spidery chalk figures. He was a thin man with thinning grey hair combed severely across his scalp, spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of his sharp nose. He radiated an aura of dry intellectualism and barely concealed impatience, like a walking, talking textbook perpetually annoyed at being opened. A few other young nobles, looking varying degrees of uninterested, were already seated. Ken Park, ever the silent sentinel, remained stationed outside the heavy oak door, his presence an unspoken reminder of Lloyd's status, even if that status felt decidedly shaky most days. Chapter 22. Young Lord Ferrum, Master Elm greeted, his voice as dry as autumn leaves. There was a faint emphasis on the young that hinted at condescension. Punctual, commendable. Please, take your seat. Today, we continue our examination of estate resource management, specifically, maximizing yields from the ducal holdings in the Whisperwood. Lloyd slid into his usual chair, nodding politely. Whisperwood timber. Right. He remembered his father mentioning it just yesterday morning. Him in the dim light, though her expression remained shrouded in shadow. Not in the way you mean, he clarified, his voice dropping slightly, conspiratorially. He tapped a heavily marked section of the page with his graphite stick. I'm marking whether theories are outdated. He paused again, adding the final, crucial piece. Or just plain wrong. Silence. Not the earlier tense silence, nor the merely quiet silence. This was a silence born of pure, unadulterated confusion. He could see her face more clearly now as she leaned forward slightly, peering at him through the gloom. The usual icy composure was still there, the carefully controlled mask firmly in place. But behind it, something had shifted. Her brows, usually smooth or drawn together in a frown of regal disapproval, were now pinched in a slight, questioning furrow. Her dark eyes, narrowed slightly, weren't conveying anger or disdain, but a look of intense, analytical puzzlement, like a master mathematician encountering an equation that simply refused to balance, defying all known axioms. Wrong? Her expression seemed to scream silently. Marking established texts as a broken bar wrong? Why? What is the utility in finding fault? One learns accepted principles. One applies them. One does not waste energy dissecting foundational texts for theoretical flaws. Chapter 28. It wasn't shock like seeing the cabinet sliced in two. It wasn't anger like hearing his ill-advised compliment. This was different. This was a disruption of her core logic, her understanding of how the world, how knowledge, was supposed to function. It simply did not compute. The mediocre, unimpressive Lloyd Ferrum, spending hours meticulously finding errors in established economic theory. It was inefficient. It was illogical. It was a broken bar baffling. Lloyd held her confused gaze, the faint smile lingering on his lips. He offered no further explanation, letting her grapple with the anomaly. He had tossed another pebble into the still, icy pond of their relationship, and the ripples were spreading in ways he hadn't entirely predicted. He watched the confusion war with the ingrained coldness on her face, wondering which would win out. He didn't know what errors he was truly looking for beyond satisfying his own intellectual curiosity and maybe, just maybe, finding exploitable loopholes or hidden opportunities this backward world hadn't considered. But confusing Rosa subject that, he decided, might be a worthwhile pursuit in itself. He returned his gaze to the book, leaving her adrift in her silent, logical bewilderment. The scratching of his graphite stick resumed, a small, persistent sound challenging the foundations of her ordered world. The pre-dawn chill clung to the opulent fabrics of the sofa, a familiar unwelcome companion to Lloyd Ferrum as consciousness reluctantly returned. He blinked, the intricate patterns on the high ceiling slowly swimming into focus. Day 4. Sofa, still lumpy. Pottery scent, still vaguely offensive. Status quo, depressingly stable, at least regarding his sleeping arrangements. With a sigh that was becoming as routine as breathing a sigh number a broken bar. Who was even counting anymore? He swung his legs over the side. The floor was cold beneath his bare feet. First order of business, before facing tutors, potentially grumpy fathers, or the lingering ghost of yesterday's intellectual sparring, Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade. He reached for the small, smooth spirit stone tucked securely within his tunic, channeling the now familiar trickle of energy. The air beside the sofa shimmered, coalesced, and Fang materialized. Lloyd paused mid-reach for the waiting platter of chicken. He stared. Okay, hold on, this wasn't just better. This was a broken bar transformation. The scrawny, hesitant wolf-dog hybrid of 3 days ago was gone, replaced by something sleek, powerful, and radiating vitality. Fang's great coat wasn't just clean, it possessed a deep, healthy luster. hinting at silver highlights in the dim pre-dawn light. Muscles rippled subtly beneath the fur as he stretched, a fluid movement full of latent power. His ribs were a distant memory, replaced by a lean, well-defined torso. The slight droop to his ears was gone, replaced by alert, attentive points that swiveled slightly, tracking the faintest sounds. He carried himself with a quiet confidence, a predator's awareness. And his eyes were broken by those large, intelligent brown eyes fixed on Lloyd, no longer held bewildered confusion, but a sharp, unnerving focus. There was a depth there, a flicker of something ancient and knowing that sent a faint shiver down Lloyd's spine. 4 days of chicken did this? Lloyd's internal 80-year-old scientist scoffed. Impossible. The protein uptake, the cellular regeneration are broken bar the rate is exponential. This isn't just good nutrition, this is likely a broken bar injecting him with concentrated wolf growth hormone laced with unicorn tears. He crouched down, cautiously extending a hand. Fang leaned into the touch, accepting the scratch behind his ears with a low rumble that vibrated with surprising power. It wasn't the pathetic whine of a starved pup, it was the contented purr of a well-fed predator. What was driving this? Was it simply the activation of his spirit bond, jump-started by consistent attention and decent food, finally allowing Fang's true potential to surface? Or was the system involved beyond the task itself? Lloyd quickly checked his mental interface. Still 6SC. The task was still listed as ongoing. Feed the wolf chicken for 7 days. No mention of passive buffs or accelerated growth. Maybe it's innate, Lloyd mused, scratching Fang's surprisingly thick neck ruff. Maybe he wasn't just a weak wolf spirit after all. Maybe he's something a broken bar more, just suppressed. And the consistent energy flow, even my pathetic trickle, combined with actual food, is unlocking it. The thought was both exciting and slightly terrifying. If Fang was capable of this kind of hidden potential, what else in this world wasn't as it seemed? What other assumptions was he making based on his flawed first life? He tried to subtly gauge Fang's power signature. It felt a broken bar, dense, solid, far more potent than he remembered any newly manifested spirit feeling. Still firmly in the manifestation stage, yes, but pushing right up against the upper limits, humming with contained energy. Definitely need those shop upgrades, Lloyd resolved grimly. If my own spirit is already showing this kind of anomaly, who knows what I'll be facing out there. All right, Fang, Lloyd murmured, retrieving the platter. Breakfast time. The wolf devoured the chicken with the same efficient ferocity as before, but with an added layer of controlled power. No frantic gulping, just precise, effective consumption. When finished, he looked up at Lloyd, licked his chops, and gave a distinct, almost imperceptible nod before dissolving back into shimmering energy at Lloyd's mental command. Yeah, Lloyd thought, shaking his head slightly as he picked up the clean platter. Definitely more than just a dog. He needed those 5 coins from this task, plus the 2 he already had from the bully incident and the 3 from the cabinet-slashing wife shocking escapade. Total, 5. Still 5 short of opening the shop. The remaining 3 days of chicken duty suddenly felt very long indeed. The walk to Master Elmsworth's lecture hall was uneventful, Ken Park gliding silently beside him like a grim, heavily armed shadow. The city bustled around them, a chaotic tapestry of noise and smells. Lloyd found himself observing the flow of goods at the overloaded carts, the sweating laborers, the merchants haggling in doorways with a new perspective, mentally applying yesterday's discussion on logistics and efficiency. Gods, there was so much room for improvement here. It was almost painful to watch. Ken, as always, remained impassive, his gaze constantly scanning, missing nothing, revealing nothing. The atmosphere inside the lecture hall was palpably different. The usual air of drowsy indifference among the other young nobles was replaced by a low hum of curiosity. Eyes flickered towards Lloyd as he entered, not with disdain, but with cautious expectation. Master Elmsworth himself stood by the slate board, posture still stiff, but the sharp edge of his usual impatience seemed blunted, replaced by a kind of wary neutrality. He acknowledged Lloyd's arrival with a curt nod that lacked its customary condescension. "Be seated, Lord Ferrum," Master Elm instructed, his voice dry but even. "Today, We delve into the intricacies of secure goods transport and established logistical frameworks within the duchy. Lloyd settled into his chair, prepared for another session of politely enduring established dogma, and for the first hour, that's precisely what it was. Master Elm detailed the guild-controlled wagon routes, the exorbitant fees demanded by bridge trolls, both literal and figurative minor lords charging tolls, the challenges of preserving perishable goods like summer fruits or winter ice hauled overland, and the complex web of reciprocal agreements governing passage through different baronies. He spoke of the whisper network and the slow, unreliable dissemination of market news via traveling merchants and carrier pigeons, making accurate supply and demand forecasting more art than science. He described the seasonal bottlenecks, say rivers freezing in winter, roads turning to impassable mud pits during the spring thaw that dictated the rhythm of commerce. Lloyd listened attentively, contrasting it mentally with Earth's instantaneous global communication, satellite tracking, and climate-controlled shipping containers. The difference was staggering. Yet, he forced himself to engage with the lecture on its own terms. He's describing the reality they face, Lloyd acknowledged internally. Given the technological constraints, these complex, often frustrating systems are the result of centuries of adaptation. Criticizing them for not having fiber optics is pointless. He saw the intricate logic behind certain seemingly bizarre toll structures, the necessity of relying on heavily armed guild caravans despite their cost. Master Elmsworth wasn't teaching flawed theory today, he was explaining the hard one, practical realities of commerce in a world operating at a medieval plus magic tech level. He deliberately kept quiet, offering no challenges, no modern perspectives that would require non-existent infrastructure. He simply absorbed the information, filing it away. He saw Master Elm visibly relax as the lesson progressed smoothly, the tutor regaining his usual rhythm, perhaps concluding that yesterday's intellectual fireworks had been a one-off aberration. The other students, likely sensing the lack of impending drama, began to slump back into their usual states or polite boredom. As the session wound towards its conclusion, Master Elm transitioned to the topic of inventory and the physical reality of storing goods acquired through these complex logistical chains. He described the prevailing philosophy: acquire in bulk when possible, stack it high in warehouses often little better than large barns, and accept spoilage, theft, and pest damage as unfortunate but inevitable costs. Volume is the key, Master Elm reiterated, tapping the slate board where he'd drawn a simple diagram of a warehouse overflowing with crates. Ensuring sufficient stock to weather potential transport disruptions or sudden demand surges is paramount. A merchant caught with empty shelves courts ruin. Chapter 30. He paused, then, surprising Lloyd, he turned his gaze directly towards him again. There was no challenge in the tutor's eyes this time, but something else. Genuine curiosity, a desire to test the waters again, perhaps. Lord Ferrum, Master Elm said, his voice carefully neutral, drawing the attention of the entire class once more. Yesterday, you offered perspectives on resource management. Applying that efficiency-minded approach, what are your thoughts on the practicalities of managing stocked goods? Optimizing the stockpile, so to speak. The room grew quiet. Heads turned. This wasn't a direct challenge to established theory, but an invitation to elaborate, to apply his thinking to a different facet of the same problem. Lloyd met the tutor's gaze calmly. This, he could work with. Thank you, Master Elmsworth. An important consideration. He gathered his thoughts, translating decades of exposure to Earth's supply chain obsession into digestible concepts. As you say, having sufficient stock is critical. But perhaps the cost of holding that stock is often underestimated. Cost? Elm frowned slightly. Beyond the initial purchase price, you mean? Precisely, Lloyd confirmed. Every crate sitting in that warehouse, he gestured towards the diagram, represents capital A coin A that isn't earning anything. It's static. Worse, it's actively at risk. Risk? Another student, a stout youth named Borin whose family dealt in imported spices, piped up. Beyond the odd rat or leaky roof, you mean? Those two, Lloyd acknowledged with a nod towards borin. But also the risk of the market changing. What if demand for that spice suddenly drops because a cheaper alternative appears? What if a new preservation technique makes hoarding winter apples unnecessary? The longer goods sit, the more vulnerable they are not just to physical decay, but to becoming irrelevant. Elm stroked his chin thoughtfully. An undeniable risk, but difficult to quantify. Easier to ensure ample supply. Perhaps, Lloyd allowed. But what if we shift the focus slightly? Instead of just how much we have, we track how fast it moves. Elm looked perplexed. Inventory turnover, Lloyd supplied the term, seeing the same flicker of confusion and intrigue as yesterday. If goods are selling quickly, capital is constantly being freed up, risks are minimized. A warehouse full of goods nobody wants is a monument to failure, no matter how large. But predicting demand, Elm countered, latching onto the core problem. It's guesswork, rumors, old news. Difficult, yes, Lloyd agreed swiftly. Impossible? Perhaps not entirely. Diligent record-keeping, tracking actual sales, not just shipments. Noticing which items gather dust. Even simple trends. More wool needed before winter, more preserved fruit selling after a poor harvest. It's not sorcery, just a broken bar paying closer attention to the flow. Elm seemed unconvinced but intrigued. Even with better information, acquiring smaller lots more frequently, a broken bar, the transport, the risk of delays. A single broken wagon, actually broken bar. A broken bar could leave shelves bare. Lloyd finished the thought. Absolutely a risk. Which is why a buffer stock is still essential. But the size of that buffer might be optimized. And maybe the focus shouldn't just be on acquiring goods efficiently, but storing them efficiently too. How so? Elm pressed, genuinely engaged now. Simple things, Lloyd shrugged. Better warehouse design. Raised floors against damp, tighter construction against pests. Proper ventilation. Systematic rotation. Ensuring the oldest stock is always sold first, not buried at the back until it rots. He ticked the points off mentally. Basic warehousing 101 from Earth. These aren't radical changes, but chipping away at that accepted loss percentage could significantly boost net profits over time. He leaned back, having laid out the core principles: track turnover, improve forecasting, however basic, optimize acquisition frequency where possible, and reduce storage losses through better practices. Manage the flow, not just the pile. Master Elmsworth stared at him, no longer agitated, but deeply thoughtful. He absently tapped the chalk against the slate board, his mind clearly grappling with the implications. The other students were a mix of frantic note-takers and utterly bewildered onlookers. Borin, the spice merchant's son, looked particularly pensive. Inventory turnover, a broken bar. Master Elm murmured again, the phrase seeming less alien now. Sales velocity, a broken bar. Systematic rotation, a broken bar. He looked up, meeting Lloyd's eyes directly. The skepticism was gone, replaced by a clear, undeniable glimmer of intellectual respect. A broken bar requires a different mindset. A shift from passive holding to active management. A silent notification chimed in Lloyd's mind. System notification, knowledge shared, analysis, user applied advanced economic, logistical principles, inventory turnover, basic JIT concepts, data-driven forecasting, loss reduction strategies, relevant to the current discussion topic. Result, tutor impressed. Established thinking potentially broadened. Reward issued, 2 system coins, SC, current balance, 8 SC. Note, efficiency is logical. System approves, 7 coins. Lloyd felt a surge of satisfaction. Almost the 2 more points for this lesson than for slapping the bully. Apparently, constructive economic theory paid slightly better than street justice. Master Elmsworth cleared his throat, addressing the class, but his eyes lingering on Lloyd for a moment longer. On a broken bar, insightful perspective, Lord Ferrum. Efficiency, as you say, is indeed a worthy goal, though fraught with practical challenges in implementation. He seemed to gather himself. We shall ponder these points. For next time, review the chapter on guild arbitration processes. Class dismissed. As the students began shuffling out, murmuring amongst themselves, Master Elmsworth caught Lloyd's eye one last time. He gave a brief, almost imperceptible nod. Not deference, not quite approval, but acknowledgement, recognition. A silent message passing between two minds that had unexpectedly, productively, clashed. Walking out into the bright afternoon sun, Ken Park falling into his customary silent step behind him, Lloyd felt a distinct sense of accomplishment that had nothing to do with system coins. He had challenged established thought, offered viable alternatives, and earned the grudging respect of a learned man. Maybe this second life wouldn't just be about surviving. Maybe, just maybe, it could be about building something better. Starting with more efficient warehouses and a wolf that seemed determined to outgrow its own mythology. The fifth dawn arrived not with gentle persuasion, but with the insistent chill seeping through the thin blanket covering Lloyd Ferrum on his now familiar purgatory, the sofa. He surfaced from sleep like a diver breaching cold water, gasping slightly against the ingrained discomfort. The opulent ceiling swam into view, its carved details a mocking testament to the luxury he couldn't fully access. 5 days back in a life he thought long finished. 5 days sleeping on furniture designed more for aesthetic appeal than spinal support. The faint, cloying scent of lavender potpourri felt like a personal insult this morning. He pushed himself up, swinging his legs over the side, the cool floorboards a stark contrast to the itchy velvet. A sigh escaped him, involuntary, weary. It wasn't just the physical discomfort, it was the mental weight, the constant juggling act between 19-year-old hormones and 80-year-old cynicism, the simmering tension with the room's other occupant, and the ever-present knowledge of the power coiled within him, waiting. Before anything else, before facing the day's potential landmines, be it parental scrutiny, academic boredom, or spousal frostbite, there was the ritual. Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade. Reaching for the smooth spirit stone nestled in his tunic, Lloyd pushed a thread of energy into it, a connection now feeling less like a tentative flicker and more like flipping a switch. Beside the sofa, the air didn't just shimmer, it seemed to condense, gathering light before solidifying into the form of Fang. Lloyd froze mid-motion, the prepared platter of roasted chicken momentarily forgotten. He simply stared, absorbing the changes. 4 days. It defied all logical biological principles he knew from Earth. Fang wasn't just healthier, he was magnificent, almost unnervingly so. His grey coat possessed a depth, a sheen like polished graphite, rippling over lean, powerful muscles that moved with a predator's silent grace. He held his head high, alert ears constantly sampling the air, capturing sounds Lloyd couldn't even register. The tentative uncertainty was gone, replaced by an aura of contained power, a quiet intensity that seemed to vibrate in the air around him. And those eyes a broken bar, they met Lloyd's, not with the simple affection of a pet or the bewildered loyalty of a lesser spirit, but with a startling, piercing intelligence. There was an ancient awareness in their brown depths, a knowing that felt far older than the mere 5 days Lloyd had been actively tending to him in this timeline. It was the gaze of something that understood far more than it let on. 5 days, Lloyd thought, his mind racing through calculations. Even with optimal protein synthesis, metabolic acceleration a broken bar, this rate of change is ludicrous. It's like watching a time-lapse film of evolution compressed into less than a week. What are you, Fang? Was the original assessment of weak wolf spirit just a broken bar, wrong, fundamentally flawed? Or is the system doing something passively, buffing him somehow beyond just rewarding me? He crouched, extending his hand slowly. Fang leaned into the touch instantly, a deep, resonant tremble vibrating through Lloyd's fingertips as he scratched the thick fur behind the wolf's ears. This wasn't just a spirit manifesting, this felt like reconnecting with a powerful, sentient partner whose true nature had been dormant, starved, neglected for far too long. The density of Fang's spiritual signature felt palpable now, a solid core of energy pressing right against the upper boundaries of the manifestation stage, eager, perhaps, to ascend. Chapter 32. Definitely need that shop, Lloyd reaffirmed mentally, the urgency sharper now. If Fang's hiding this kind of potential, what else am I missing? What other threats or allies are operating on levels I completely misjudged in my first life? Breakfast, Lloyd murmured, finally offering the platter. Fang ate with focused efficiency, each bite precise, powerful. No wasted motion. When finished, he looked up, gave that unnerving, almost human-like nod, and dissolved back into shimmering motes of light at Lloyd's silent command. The platter was spotless. Breakfast with Archduke Roy Ferrum was, as anticipated, an exercise in navigating unspoken tensions. Roy ate with his usual focused precision, but Lloyd felt his father's gaze linger on him more often today, sharp and analytical. Had Ken reported yesterday's display of unexpected logistical insight? Or perhaps Master Elmsworth himself had conveyed a broken bar surprise? Roy said nothing beyond curt inquiries about the day's schedule, but the weight of his scrutiny felt heavier. Lloyd ate quickly, kept his answers brief and respectful, and escaped the dining hall as soon as politely possible. Outside the main doors, Ken Park waited, impassive as ever, ready to assume his duties. The morning air was crisp, carrying the sounds and smells of the awakening capital city. Merchants shouting, wheels clattering, the aroma of baking bread mingling with less pleasant odors. Lloyd stopped just beyond the massive estate gates, pitching his voice low, ensuring privacy amidst the gathering bustle. The butler bodyguard paused instantly, his gaze steady. "Young lord." "A change in protocol for today's escort," Lloyd stated, meeting Ken's eyes directly. He needed to project confidence. "Command." "I require you to follow." "Yes." "But maintain distance. Remain unseen. Become a shadow." He let the instruction hang for a moment. "Observe only. Do not, under any circumstances, reveal yourself or intervene." He paused, adding the crucial caveat, "unless you assess my life to be in immediate, mortal peril with no other possible outcome." He watched Ken closely. No outward reaction, of course. The man's face was a masterclass in stoicism. But Lloyd saw the faintest tightening around his eyes, the fractional hesitation before he responded. Ken wasn't just muscle, he was intelligent, fiercely loyal to Roy, and constantly assessing threats. This deviation from standard protective detail was significant. It signaled a broken bar. Something. Trust? A test? Recklessness? Ken would analyze the implications. "Understood, young lord," Ken replied after that briefest pause, his voice the usual flat monotone. Shadow protocol engaged. He executed a shallow, precise bow. Then, with disconcerting fluidity, he stepped back, seeming to merge with the deep shade cast by the high stone wall. One blink, he was a solid presence. The next, he was simply a broken bar, gone, utterly vanished from sight. Yet Lloyd felt the unwavering certainty of his hidden presence, an invisible guardian angel armed with lethal proficiency. "All right then," Lloyd thought, taking a deep breath and stepping out into the flow of the city. A flicker of cold resolve settled within him. He wasn't just testing himself, he was sending a message, both to Ken and, through him, to his father. He wasn't a child needing constant, overt protection, and he suspected today might provide an opportunity to demonstrate that. He deliberately adjusted his route, veering away from the wider thoroughfares, choosing instead a winding path through a tangle of narrower, less reputable alleyways. The kind of place respectable folk avoided, where shadows lingered long after sunrise, and trouble often brewed undisturbed. He walked with purpose, his senses heightened, scanning doorways, rooftops, the deeper pockets of gloom. He felt the pulse of the city around him, the distant shouts, the rumble of carts, but his focus was narrower, sharper. He felt Ken's presence like a faint pressure at the edge of his awareness, a ghost flitting through parallel shadows. He was alone, yet not alone. A perfect setup. It happened as he turned into a narrow passage between a leaning tenement and a boarded-up butcher shop. The smell of refuse, damp stone, and stale desperation hung heavy in the air. Three figures emerged from the gloom ahead, deliberately blocking his path, their postures radiating hostility. Them, as expected. The leader stood front and center, his face a mask of ugly fury, the lingering bruise from Lloyd's slap a dark counterpoint to the sneer twisting his lips. His two companions fanned out slightly, cutting off any easy retreat, knuckles white as they clenched their fists. They looked jumpier today, less swagger, more raw aggression fueled by humiliation. Well, the leader spat, his voice rough, echoing slightly in the confined space. "Looky what the cat dragged in." "All by your lonesome today, little lord?" "Fancy meeting you here," Lloyd replied, his tone deceptively mild, almost conversational. He stopped a few paces away, projecting calm indifference. "Lost again?" "This really isn't the scenic route." "Smart mouth," snarled the crony on the right, taking an aggressive step forward. "Think you're tough without your daddy's guard dog?" "Guard dog?" Lloyd tilted his head slightly, an astute observation. "Though I believe apex predator might be a more accurate descriptor for Ken Park. You wouldn't like him when he's annoyed." "He ain't here now," the leader countered, stepping closer, trying to loom over Lloyd. "Just you, pretty boy." "And us." "Indeed," Lloyd agreed softly. "An imbalance I intend to correct." "Gonna correct us?" The third hoodlum laughed nervously, glancing over his shoulder as if half expecting Ken to materialize from the brickwork. "Think again." "We're gonna teach you some manners, lordship," the leader growled, lowering his voice, gesturing towards a dark, recessed alcove halfway down the alley. "Private lesson." "Just us." "Sounds dreadfully dull," Lloyd replied, letting his gaze drift past them dismissively. "I have actual lessons to attend with marginally better conversationalists." "Enough talk," the leader roared, his patience snapping. Humiliation and anger boiled over. "Get him!" They lunged. Not with skill or coordination, but with raw, clumsy aggression, fueled by bruised egos and the perceived safety of numbers against a lone, seemingly unprotected noble. They aimed to overwhelm him, drag him down, inflict pain. Lloyd didn't retreat. He didn't flinch. As the first thug reached for him, as the leader swung a wild punch, the cold switch inside him flipped completely. The detached calm of the assassin took over. Time seemed to slow fractionally. He saw the trajectory of the punch, the grasping hands, the hate-filled eyes. He felt the familiar thrumming deep in his blood, the void power answering his silent call. Best control. The thought was cold, clinical. Deterrence. Consequence. His hands remained at his sides. No overt movement. Just pure, focused will. 3 impossibly fine filaments of steel erupted from the air around his hands, near invisible threads in the grimy dimness. They didn't gleam, they pulsed with a dull, internal cherry red heat, warping the air around them with shimmering waves, absorbing the feeble light. They moved with the speed of striking vipers, silent and deadly. Before the leader's punch could land, before the crony's grabbing fingers could make contact, the wires found their marks with brutal precision. One wrapped snake-like around the leader's punching arm, tightening just below the shoulder. Sizzle. Another coiled around the second thug's torso, cinching tight across his ribs. Hiss. The third lashed whip-like across the face and neck of the third attacker as he lunged. Snap. The alley exploded with sound. Not the sounds of a fight, but the raw, primal screams of absolute agony. It wasn't their indignant yell of a bully getting hit. It was the sound of flesh meeting incandescent heat, of nerves overloaded beyond comprehension. The leader's punch dissolved into a shriek as he collapsed, clutching his arm. The fabric of his sleeve instantly blackened and smoking where the wire bit deep, searing muscle and tendon. He writhed on the ground, eyes wide with shock and unbearable pain. The second thug buckled as if poleaxed, air forced from his lungs in a strangled gasp, clawing uselessly at the glowing filament constricting his chest. The smell of burning cloth and flesh sharp and acrid. He stumbled back against the wall, sliding down into a whimpering heap. The third youth staggered wildly, hands flying to his face and neck, screams tearing from his throat as blood mingled with blistered, blackened skin where the wire had laid its fiery kiss. He tripped over his own feet, crashing hard onto the cobblestones, curling into a fetal position, sobbing uncontrollably. The entire confrontation, from the lunge to the collapse, took less than 3 seconds. Lloyd stood perfectly still, observing the aftermath. The alley was filled with the sounds of their agony, the stench of their scorched flesh. The red-hot wires held for another agonizing second, burning the lesson deep, ensuring the message was received without ambiguity. Then, as quickly and silently as they appeared, they retracted, dissolving back into nothingness, leaving behind only the horrific burns, the trembling victims, and the lingering, sickening smell. He looked down at the 3 broken figures. Their aggression was gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror and pain. They weren't threats anymore. They were simply a broken bar wreckage. He felt nothing. No pity, no anger, no triumph. Just the cold satisfaction of a necessary task completed efficiently. This was the language they understood. Fear. Overwhelming, unforgettable fear. Chapter 34. He adjusted the cuff of his tunic, the fabric pristine, untouched. He stepped carefully around the moaning figure closest to him, avoiding a patch of something unpleasant on the ground. His face remained a mask of calm indifference. Without a backward glance, without uttering another word, Lloyd Ferrum continued his walk down the alley, leaving the symphony of suffering behind him. The sounds faded as he turned the next corner, rejoining the flow of the city as if nothing had happened. He knew Ken had witnessed it all, every detail, every scream, every flicker of heat. Let him report it. Let us further analyze this data point. Let them understand that the drab duckling, the mediocre heir, possessed teeth, and fire, and the utter ruthlessness to use them when provoked. Some lessons weren't learned from books. Some required a more visceral, more permanent form of instruction. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of the Ferrum estate, casting long shadows across the polished marble floors as Lloyd walked back from Master Elmsworth's lecture hall. The drone of logistical theory still echoed faintly in his ears, overlaid by the much sharper, much more recent memory of searing flesh and agonized screams in a dingy alleyway. He felt strangely calm, the cold precision of the morning's encounter having settled into a grim sort of satisfaction. A necessary lesson delivered. Point made. Consequences established. He hadn't felt Ken Park's hidden presence shift or react during the incident, only the steady, unwavering observation. The report would already be on his father's desk, no doubt. Lloyd braced himself for the inevitable summons, the questions, the potential disapproval of his methods. He had acted decisively, perhaps brutally, but he felt no regret. Some weeds needed to be burned out at the root. As he crossed the grand entrance hall, a young maid scurried towards him, her face pale, eyes wide with nervousness. She executed a hasty curtsy, nearly tripping over her own feet. "Young Lord Ferrum," she stammered, avoiding his gaze. "The Archduke broken bar his lordship a broken bar requests your immediate presence in his study." "Showtime," Lloyd thought wryly, maintaining a neutral expression. "Thank you, Elena." "Lead the way." The walk to his father's study felt longer than usual, the heavy silence punctuated only by the soft patter of the maid's slippers and the distant, rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The air itself seemed charged, expectant. The maid knocked softly on the heavy oak door, announced his arrival in a trembling voice, and practically fled as Roy Ferrum's curt enter echoed from within. Lloyd pushed the door open and stepped inside. The study was exactly as he expected, imposing, orderly, dominated by the massive mahogany desk behind which his father sat, ramrod straight, face an unreadable mask of stern authority. Documents were neatly stacked, the quill resting precisely in its inkwell. But Roy wasn't alone. Standing before the desk, facing Roy but half-turned towards the door as Lloyd entered, was another man. Tall, impeccably dressed in expensive silks that subtly emphasized his status, with silver beginning to touch his dark hair at the temples. He possessed the characteristic sharp features of the Ferrum line, but his eyes held a shrewdness, a calculating glint that Roy's direct gaze lacked. His smile, directed towards Lloyd as he entered, was smooth, practiced, yet failed to reach those observant eyes. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, Lloyd's uncle, head of the most powerful cadet branch of the family. The moment Lloyd saw him, a cold, visceral anger surged through him, so potent it was almost physically sickening. It wasn't just the memory of the man's smooth usurpation of power after the assassination in his first life. It was the ingrained, instinctive loathing, the gut-deep certainty that this man was the source of the rot, one of the architects of his family's demise. Seeing him standing here, now, in his father's study, radiating polite deference while calculation glittered beneath a broken bar, it took every ounce of Lloyd's hard-won control not to summon a white-hot filament of steel and sear that counterfeit smile right off his face. He forced the rage down, locking it behind a carefully constructed wall of polite indifference. He inclined his head slightly. "Father." "Uncle Rubel." His voice was steady, betraying none of the tempest raging within. Roy Ferrum acknowledged him with a curt nod, his expression unreadable but stern. "Lloyd, be seated." He gestured towards a heavy chair positioned directly opposite the desk, placing Lloyd under the combined scrutiny of both men. Reborn Ferrum offered another smooth smile. "Nephew, good to see you looking well." The pleasantry felt like a barb coated in honey. Lloyd settled into the chair, meeting his father's intense gaze. "You summoned me, Father?" Roy didn't waste time on formalities. His voice was flat, sharp as honed steel. "This morning, Lloyd." Weaver's Alley. 3 individuals were severely injured. Burns consistent with extreme heat, possibly a broken bar. Specialized application. He let the implication hang heavy in the air. "Reports indicate you were present immediately prior to a broken bar incapacitation." He paused, his eyes boring into Lloyd's. "Were you responsible for injuring 3 employees loyal to this family, Lloyd?" "Employees loyal to the family?" The phrasing struck Lloyd instantly. "Not street thugs, not local nuisances." "Employees." "Whose employees?" He glanced briefly at Reborn, whose expression remained one of polite concern, utterly devoid of connection to the injured parties. The pieces clicked into place with chilling speed. A cold understanding dawned. Not random bullies seeking revenge for a slap. Reborn's pawns. "Sent specifically to provoke me, to test me, perhaps to lure Ken Park into revealing himself, or even to create an incident that could be spun against me, against Father." Their bravery wasn't stupidity, it was obedience. And their loyalty wasn't to the family as a whole, but to Reborn's faction. This changed everything. It wasn't just pest control anymore, it was disrupting his uncle's machinations. A grim smile touched Lloyd's lips internally. "Good." He met his father's gaze directly, his voice calm and firm. "Yes, Father. I incapacitated them." No denial, no equivocation. Roy's expression didn't change, but Lloyd saw a flicker deep in his eyes. "Confirmation." "And why?" Roy pressed, his voice dangerously quiet. "Did you deem such extreme measures necessary?" "Because," Lloyd stated clearly, "they were harassing young women yesterday." "Because today, despite my warning and intervention, they ambushed me in an alley with clear intent to cause harm." "They chose confrontation. They received consequence." He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. "And should they, or anyone else, engage in such behavior again, be it harassing innocents or attempting to assault me, I will deliver the same consequence without hesitation." Before Roy could respond, Reborn Ferrum stepped forward slightly, his expression shifting to one of grave concern, smoothly interjecting himself into the conversation. "My dear brother, nephew," he began, his voice dripping with false sympathy, "perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." He turned his concerned gaze on Lloyd. "Nephew, are you certain of their intentions?" "My sources," he gestured vaguely, implying a network of reliable informants, "suggest these young men were merely a broken bar assisting the young ladies dead before yesterday, offering directions, perhaps ensuring their safety in a rough area." A misunderstanding, easily misinterpreted by an outsider. Lloyd nearly choked on the audacity. "Assisting, by cornering them and sneering?" Reborn pressed on smoothly. "And today?" "Perhaps they merely wished to speak with you, nephew, to clarify yesterday's unfortunate incident." "And in a broken bar haste?" "Your understandable apprehension?" "You lashed out without proper judgment, inflicting grievous harm." He shook his head sadly. A tragic overreaction. He turned back Troy, his expression earnest. "Brother, I took the liberty of locating witnesses, individuals present nearby during that day's initial encounter. Perhaps their testimony can shed light, clear up this unfortunate confusion." He gestured towards the door. "With your permission?" Roy hesitated for only a fraction of a second before giving a curt nod. Reborn opened the study door, and 5 figures shuffled nervously into the imposing room. Lloyd recognized them instantly. They had been among the onlookers yesterday, lurking near the edges of the small crowd that had gathered after the slap. Their faces were pale, their eyes darting nervously between Roy, Reborn, and Lloyd. They looked like what they were, low-level informants or easily intimidated citizens, bought or coerced. "Please," Reborn addressed them gently, his tone reassuring, coaxing. "Tell the Archduke what you witnessed yesterday near Weaver's Alley." "Did you see these young men?" He subtly indicated the direction of the alley. "Harassing those young ladies?" The first witness, a thin man with shifty eyes, shook his head vigorously. No, Your Excellency, Your Grace. They was just talking to friendly like. Helping them, I think," added a stout woman beside him, twisting her apron nervously. "Looked like they was just to earn help." The other three mumbled agreement, painting a picture of innocent interaction, of helpful youths tragically misunderstood by the aggressive young lord. They avoided Lloyd's gaze entirely. Rubel turned back Troy, his expression a mask of vindicated sorrow. "You see, brother, a simple misunderstanding, escalated tragically." "Lloyd, nephew." He fixed his gaze on Lloyd again, the underlying message clear. "I have witnesses. I have control." "Your word against theirs." "Surely now you see your error?" And then, Lloyd started to laugh. Chapter 36. It wasn't a chuckle. It wasn't a wry smile. It started low, a rumbling in his chest, then erupted a full-throated, almost uncontrollable peal of laughter, echoing strangely in the heavy silence of the study. It wasn't mirthful. It was manic, bordering on hysterical, laced with a chilling, absolute certainty that bordered on madness. He laughed until tears pricked the corners of his eyes, until his shoulders shook, ignoring the stunned, bewildered expressions on the faces of his father, his uncle, and the 5 terrified witnesses. Lloyd Ferrum stared, his usual stern composure visibly rattled for the first time since Lloyd could remember. This reaction was so utterly unexpected, so wildly inappropriate to the gravity of the situation, that it momentarily short-circuited his analytical mind. Rubel's smooth facade finally cracked. His eyes narrowed, suspicion replacing the faint concern. A deep frown creased his brow. "Nephew," he snapped, his voice sharp with annoyance and dawning unease. "What is the meaning of this display? Are you attempting to deflect blame? To hide behind the Archduke's authority with these a broken bar? This madness?" Lloyd's laughter subsided gradually, replaced by a wide, unnerving grin that held no warmth, only cold, sharp amusement. He wiped a tear from his eye with the back of his hand, his gaze locking onto his uncle's narrowing eyes. "Who do you think I am?" The thought screamed silently in his mind, fueled by 80 years of experience crammed into this 19-year-old body. "You think I'm just some naive boy you can manipulate with cheap tricks and terrified witnesses? You think you're dealing with the same weakling you sidelined and plotted against before?" He remembered staff meetings that felt like shark tanks, interrogations under pressure simulators, battlefield command where a single wrong assessment meant catastrophic failure. He remembered sorting truth from lies based on micro-expressions, inconsistencies, the subtle tells of deception honed over decades of high-stakes interaction. Rubel's game was transparent, amateurish by comparison. "I was a major general, you scheming bastard." His internal voice spat with cold fury. "I commanded divisions. I analyzed intelligence reports that would make your head spin. I broke men far tougher and smarter than these pathetic puppets you dragged in here." He took a deep, calming breath, pushing the rage back down, letting the cold amusement surface again. He turned his gaze from Rubel to his father, his expression sobering, becoming serious, earnest. "Father," Lloyd said, his voice clear, steady, devoid of the earlier manic energy but ringing with absolute confidence. "This is a fabrication, a poorly constructed one." He gestured dismissively towards the 5 trembling witnesses. "These people are either bought or threatened. Their testimony is worthless." He met his father's intense, searching gaze. "Give me 1 day, father." 24 hours. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping but losing none of its conviction. "Tomorrow, at this same time, I will return to this study and I will prove my innocence and expose the truth behind this entire incident." Unequivocally. Before Rubel could sputter a protest, before he could argue against granting such leeway, Lloyd Ferrum acted. He raised a hand, silencing his brother instantly. He studied Lloyd for a long, intense moment, his gaze probing, assessing the unexpected confidence, the unwavering certainty in his son's eyes. Was it bluff, arrogance, or something else entirely? Something a broken bar real? Against all established precedent, against the weight of the evidence presented, Lloyd Ferrum made his decision. 1 day, Roy stated, his voice flat, betraying nothing. 24 hours. You will present your proof here, tomorrow. Until then, This matter is suspended. He turned his gaze pointedly towards Rubel, a silent command to drop the issue. Viscount. Witnesses. You are dismissed. Rubel Ferrum stared, momentarily speechless, thwarted by Roy's unexpected ruling. He shot Lloyd a look brimming with frustration and suspicion before schooling his features back into a mask of polite acquiescence. He bowed stiffly to Roy, ushered the terrified witnesses out, and departed, the slam of the study door echoing slightly louder than necessary. Lloyd remained seated, meeting his father's impenetrable gaze across the desk. He had bought himself time. Now, he had 24 hours to dismantle his uncle's scheme and deliver the proof he'd promised. The game, he thought with a surge of cold, fierce determination, was truly afoot. The heavy oak door of the Archduke's study clicked shut behind Lloyd, the sound echoing slightly in the sudden quiet of the corridor. It felt like emerging from a high-pressure chamber, the air outside thick but breathable compared to the condensed tension within. He stood for a moment, letting the adrenaline hum fade, replaced by the cold, clear focus of tactical necessity. One day, 24 hours. Rubel had overplayed his hand, relying on flimsy testimony and the assumption of Lloyd's continued incompetence. A fatal miscalculation. The confrontation replayed in his mind, Rubel's smooth, reptilian concern, the 5 terrified puppets mouthing their rehearsed lines, his own calculated, almost manic laughter that had momentarily shattered the room's gravity. And his further a broken bar. Roy's reaction had been the most telling. The flicker of surprise, the visible disturbance at Lloyd's unexpected response, the final, almost reluctant granting of time. Roy suspected something wasn't right. He didn't trust Rubel implicitly, despite the power dynamics. That hesitation, that willingness to grant Lloyd a chance against the apparent evidence, was a crucial foothold. Now, leverage it, Lloyd thought, his stride lengthening as he moved through the grand, silent halls of the Ferrum estate. Portraits of stern-faced ancestors watched his passage, their painted eyes seeming to hold judgment. Sorry, Great-Aunt Minerva, he mentally addressed a particularly formidable-looking woman clutching a scroll. No time for tea and existential dread today. Got a minor political coup to dismantle. He reached the door to his suite. Their suite, the mental correction automatic now, though no less ironic given the sofa-centric reality. Pushing it open, he found the internal atmosphere subtly altered. The air still carried that cloying lavender citrus scent, a fragrance he was beginning to loathe with unreasonable intensity, and the inherent chill of Rose's presence remained. But the static charge of hostility from the previous day had dissipated, replaced by something less aggressive, more a broken bar watchful. Like the quiet hum of a machine analyzing new data. Rosa was seated in the plush velvet armchair near the fireplace, which remained conspicuously empty and cold despite the evening drawing in. A thick tome lay open on her lap, but her gaze wasn't directed at the pages. It was fixed on the middle distance, lost in thought, or perhaps simply observing the dust motes dancing in the lamplight with more interest than her surroundings usually warranted. The lamplight carved sharp angles on her face, emphasizing the severe beauty, the almost sculptural stillness she maintained. She didn't look up immediately as he entered, but he felt the shift in her awareness, the slight refocusing of her attention, subtle as the change in air pressure before a storm. He closed the door softly behind him, leaning back against the cool wood for a moment, observing her observation. Long day at the office? He quipped mildly, breaking the silence. Her head turned then, slowly, deliberately. Her dark eyes, shadowed in the dim light, fixed on him. They held no discernible emotion, no welcome, no curiosity, just that unnerving, analytical steadiness. The walls are thick, she stated, her voice a cool, level murmur, but sound carries when voices are raised in anger. A slight pause. Or a broken bar. Surprise. He raised an eyebrow. Surprise? Was someone surprised? Your laughter, she replied flatly. It was a broken bar. Unexpected. And loud. Ah, Lloyd acknowledged, pushing off the door and walking further into the room, stopping a safe distance from her chair. The invisible boundary between his sofa territory and her bed and armchair domain felt particularly distinct tonight. Apologies if I disturbed your reading. Family discussions can get a bit broken bar operatic sometimes. I heard the substance, she clarified, dismissing his attempt at deflection. Her gaze didn't waver. The accusations, the Viscount, the witnesses. She recited the elements like items on a checklist. Your promise of proof gets around fast, doesn't it? Lloyd mused, running a hand through his hair. A state gossip network working overtime, I suppose. Sound carries, she repeated, unimpressed by his nonchalance. Then, the direct question, delivered with the precision of a striking clock, what will you do? He noted it again now, the subtle shift. Not can you? Or how could you? But what will you do? A pragmatist's inquiry. It assumed capability, or at least intent. Interesting. Had slicing her cabinet earned him that much grudging credit? Or was she simply assessing the potential fallout on her own position, shackled as she was to this suddenly unpredictable variable named Lloyd Ferrum? Do? He echoed the word lightly, pacing a few steps towards the window, then back, deliberately projecting restless energy rather than concern. The usual, I suppose. Expose the liars, discredit the testimony, make my esteemed uncle regret his rather pathetic attempt at manipulation. He stopped, turning to face her more directly, letting a harder edge creep into his voice. Honestly, Rosa, it's amateur hour. Rubel thinks he's playing chess, but he's using checkers pieces and telegraphing every move. Checkers? The word sounded foreign on her lips, her brow furrowing slightly in incomprehension. Again, Lloyd waved it away. Simple strategy. My point is, this isn't complex. It's just tedious. He shrugged. Gathering evidence against coerced witnesses. Cross-referencing alibis. Demonstrating motive. It's the sort of thing even children playing make-believe investigators could sort out. Chapter 38. He saw the flicker again, deep in her eyes. Confusion. The delightful, logic-defying confusion that seemed to be his only effective weapon against her icy composure. Why was he dismissing a Viscount's scheme, backed by witnesses and targeting the Archduke's heir, as child's play? It didn't align with the data she had on him as the previously timid, easily intimidated version. You seem a broken bar confident, she observed, her voice carefully neutral, giving nothing away. Shouldn't I be? Lloyd countered, raising an eyebrow. The truth is on my side. Facts are stubborn things. Witness testimony is also considered fact in legal proceedings, she pointed out coolly. 5 accounts against 1. Manufactured accounts, Lloyd shot back instantly. Worthless under scrutiny. Easily dismantled. How? The question was sharp, quick. Genuine curiosity breaking through the frost. He smirked. Trade secrets, Rosa. Can't give away the whole game plan. He gestured vaguely. Suffice it to say, people under duress tend to make mistakes. People motivated by greed leave trails. Rubel's mistake wasn't using witnesses, it was using these witnesses. Sloppy. She processed this, her expression unreadable. Then, a single, sharp nod. I see. The shutters came down again. The conversation, apparently, was over. She looked back towards her book, though Lloyd doubted she was actually reading it. The analytical engine behind her eyes was likely still processing the anomaly he presented. He watched her for another moment, feeling the familiar internal conflict, the urge to retreat to his sofa kingdom ward with the impulse to push further, to crack that icy facade just a little more. But he had work to do. Proving his point to Rosa was a side quest. Exonerating himself and undermining Rubel was the main objective. As he turned towards the wardrobe, needing a fresh tunic free from the lingering miasma of political maneuvering, he felt her gaze follow him again. He imagined her internal monologue, a whirlwind of conflicting data points. Startled cat 1 week. Laughing predator the next. Mediocre student suddenly dissecting established theory. Dismisses Viscount's plot as trivial. Possesses hidden, lethal power. Acts with unnerving confidence. Data inconsistent. Logic circuits overloaded. Requires further observation. Subject Lloyd Ferrum remains a broken bar, unpredictable. A small, almost invisible smile touched Lloyd's lips. Good, he thought. Let her wonder. Let them all wonder. Unpredictability was a weapon in itself. Right now, however, he needed tools more concrete than confusion. He needed information. Leaving the strained silence of the suite behind felt like stepping into clearer air. Lloyd moved with renewed purpose through the quieter, less opulent corridors leading towards the estate's nerve center are the servant hubs, the stable yards, the places where whispers traveled faster and truths were often less guarded than in the formal halls. He needed Ken Park. He didn't have to wait long, as he rounded a corner near the entrance to the sprawling kitchens, a section currently quiet as evening duties wound down. A shadow detached itself from a deeper alcove. Ken Park materialized beside him, silent as ever, his presence instantly solid and reassuringly dangerous. "Ken," Lloyd greeted him without preamble, nodding slightly. "Young Lord," Ken acknowledged, falling into step instantly. His gaze swept the empty corridor, assessing, ensuring privacy. "The report to my father?" Lloyd confirmed again, needing absolute clarity. "Every detail of this morning?" Ken was surprised and thought, how did he know that he was reporting to his father, but didn't show it in his face. "Affirmative, young lord," Ken replied, his voice a flat baritone. "The ambush, the aggressor's clear intent, your defensive measures, the nature and extent of the injuries inflicted. A full, factual account. My instructions not to intervene, explicitly included in the report." "Excellent." Lloyd paused, glancing at the impassive bodyguard. "Then you grasp the current situation? The accusations? The so-called witnesses?" "I was briefed by the Archduke's aide following your departure from the study," Ken confirmed. "Viscount Rubel's narrative has been disseminated." "His narrative is a lie," Lloyd stated baldly. "My observations concur with that assessment, young lord," Ken replied without hesitation. "Good." Lloyd nodded again, appreciating the bodyguard's directness. "Now, about tomorrow." A broken bar. Ken spoke before Lloyd could continue, his voice still level but carrying that subtle weight Lloyd had noticed earlier. "Young lord, if I may, your innocence requires no further proof beyond my testimony, as the Archduke's sworn retainer and sole direct witness to the incident in Weaver's Alley. My word carries sufficient authority to invalidate the claims of those 5 individuals. The matter can be resolved cleanly, efficiently." Lloyd stopped abruptly, turning to face Ken fully under the flickering light of a wall sconce. He saw the logic, the appeal of the easy path Ken offered. Rely on established authority. Let Ken's unimpeachable reputation settle the matter. Avoid the messy business of public refutation. He met Ken's steady gaze. "I appreciate the offer, Ken." "Sincerely." "And your loyalty." He drew a breath. "But number?" Ken's expression didn't flicker, but Lloyd sensed the silent question. "This isn't just about satisfying my father," Lloyd explained, his voice low but intense. "This is about perception, about control, about sending a message." "A message, young lord?" "Think about it, Ken. If I rely solely on your word, what will the whispers be?" Of course the Duke's man backed the air. "Power protects its own. Maybe the boy did provoke them, maybe he did go too far. Rubel will spin it that way. Doubts will remain. My authority, my credibility, will still be questioned in every shadow, every corner of this court." He started walking again, forcing Ken alongside him. "That's unacceptable. I won't let Rubel sow those seeds. I won't let anyone think I acted unjustly or hid behind my father's shield." His fist clenched unconsciously at his side. "They accused me. They brought false witnesses against me. I will dismantle their lies piece by painful piece, publicly, and leave no shred of doubt." His voice dropped further, laced with cold determination. "It's about ego, yes, but it's also about establishing dominance. Rubel needs to understand that attacking me directly, even through pawns, has severe consequences beyond mere physical injury. He needs to understand that his games won't work." Ken absorbed this, his impassive face giving nothing away, but Lloyd felt a subtle shift in the man's stillness, an understanding passing between them. "Understood, young lord," Ken said finally, the subtle weight back in his voice. "You intend to make a public demonstration?" "Precisely," Lloyd confirmed. "And for that, I need ammunition." He retrieved the folded parchment from his tunic again, the list of names feeling heavier now. "The witnesses. Rubel chose them for a reason. Find that reason." He handed the list over. Ken scanned it quickly, his eyes missing nothing. "Standard background reconnaissance, financials, affiliations, known vulnerabilities." "Everything," Lloyd commanded. "Debts, gambling habits, sick relatives needing expensive care, grudges against the Archduke, secret allegiances, land disputes, illicit affairs, a broken bar, any potential lever Ruble might have used. Focus especially on any connection, however faint, to the Viscount himself or his known business interests and associates. I need to know who was bought, and who was squeezed. Time frame? Ken asked, tucking the list securely away. Before sunrise, Lloyd stated flatly. Discreetly. I need that information laid out, analyzed, potential pressure points highlighted. It will be done, young lord, Ken affirmed. The certainty in his voice was absolute. My resources are yours to command for this task. Thank you, Ken, Lloyd said, relief mixing with the cold resolve. Ken Park's resources were legendary within the estate, a network of eyes and ears, access to records both public and private, and the skills to extract information others couldn't. With that data, I can craft the counter-narrative. He turned towards the wing housing the estate's extensive records archive. Now, Phase 2. While you handle the human intelligence, I'll handle the paper trail. Guild registries, property deeds, tax records, a broken bar. Sometimes the most damning connections are hidden in plain sight, buried under mundane bureaucracy. Ken nodded once more. I shall proceed immediately. And with that, he seemed to flow backwards into the deeper shadows of the corridor, vanishing as completely and silently as mist dissipating in sunlight. Lloyd watched him go for a moment, then turned towards the archives, his mind already racing, sifting through strategies, planning his approach. 23 hours. The clock was ticking, but the board was set, and the pieces were beginning to move according to his design. Ruble thought he was setting a trap. He was about to discover he'd merely provided Lloyd with a stage. The heavy oak door of Archduke Roy Ferrum's study swung inward, revealing a scene thick with calculated tension. Sunlight streamed through the tall, imposing windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced like oblivious sprites in the charged air. The very atmosphere felt compressed, heavy with unspoken accusations and simmering animosity. The rhythmic ticking of the grand clock on the mantelpiece seemed unnaturally loud, each measured beat marking the passage of the 24 hours Roy had granted. Chapter 40. Lloyd Ferrum stood before the immense mahogany desk, a picture of calm composure that felt utterly at odds with the storm brewing within him. Beside him, a silent monolith in dark livery, stood Ken Park, his presence a quiet counterpoint to the drama unfolding. Lloyd had slept, surprisingly, not peacefully, but with the focused intensity of a soldier preparing for battle. The sofa, his unwanted kingdom, had offered little physical comfort, but the clarity of his plan, bolstered by the mountain of damning information Ken had compiled before dawn, provided a cold, sharp certainty that felt better than any rest. Across the expanse of polished wood and expensive rug, the opposition was assembled. Viscount Ruble Ferrum, Lloyd's uncle, stood radiating an aura of solemn gravity that barely concealed the smug triumph glittering deep in his calculating eyes. Beside him, practically mirroring his father's smugness but adding a layer of arrogant disdain, stood Ran Ferrum, Ruble's heir. Ran's gaze flickered over Lloyd with open contempt, a sneer playing at the edges of his lips. Clustered near them, looking wretched and terrified, were the 5 witnesses from the previous day. They huddled together like sheep sensing wolves, their eyes darting nervously between the imposing figure of the Archduke, the smooth menace of Viscount Ruble, and the unnerving calm of Lloyd Ferrum. They twisted worn caps in their hands, shuffled their feet incessantly, and avoided eye contact at all costs. Adding a grotesque element of theater to the proceedings were 2 figures slumped in chairs placed strategically for maximum visibility. Swathed head to toe in thick, stained bandages, leaving only small, dark openings for eyes that darted about wildly and mouths that emitted periodic, muffled groans of pain. They were tangible props in Ruble's carefully staged accusation. 2 of the 3 loyal employees. Their suffering, whether entirely genuine or significantly exaggerated, was meant to underscore Lloyd's alleged brutality. But it was the final figure, standing apart near the shadowed bookshelves, that drew Lloyd's attention most acutely. Rosa, his wife, dressed in a gown of striking emerald green, she was a figure of cool, almost unsettling stillness amidst the rising tide of emotion. Her face, framed by dark hair, was an exquisite mask of indifference, her posture erect, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond the immediate drama. Why was she here? A summons from Roy? Morbid curiosity, or something else entirely, something inscrutable unfolding behind those obsidian eyes? Her presence was a silent question mark in the room, an unpredictable element that Rubel, Lloyd noted with grim amusement, seemed to interpret as advantageous. The Viscount shot a subtle, almost proprietary glance her way, a flicker of possessive pride suggesting he believed her presence somehow validated his position or signaled Lloyd's isolation. Fool, Lloyd thought. You understand nothing about her. Archduke Roy Ferrum surveyed the assembly from behind his desk, his face an impassive granite cliff face. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, missed nothing. Other witnesses' fear, Rubel's confidence, Rand's sneer, the victim's groans, Rosa's stillness, Lloyd's calm. He gestured curtly towards his brother, a silent command. Viscount, the deadline has arrived. Present your case. Rubel Ferrum stepped forward, his movements smooth, practiced, projecting sorrowful duty. Your Grace, he began, his voice resonating with carefully modulated sincerity, pitched just loud enough to fill the study. It is with the heaviest of hearts that I stand before you again on this grim matter. Justice, however, demands no less. He turned slightly, encompassing the witnesses and victims with a sweep of his hand. Yesterday, we heard the clear, corroborating testimony of 5 impartial citizens who witnessed young Lord Lloyd's unprovoked assault. He paused, letting the accusation hang. Today, Your Grace, the picture becomes even clearer, even more distressing. Milo, Rubel addressed the first witness, the thin man with shifty eyes. Step forward. Tell His Grace precisely what you saw near Weaver's Alley 2 days prior. Speak plainly. Milo shuffled forward, swallowing nervously, his gaze fixed somewhere on Roy's imposing desk rather than his face. Why yes, Excellency, Your Grace. Yeah, broken bar. I was just going about me business a broken bar when I saw the young lord. A broken bar, Lord Ferrum, that is. He licked his lips, sweat beading on his brow despite the room's coolness. He come storming down the alley like a broken bar, like a thundercloud. Didn't say barely a word. Barely a word? Rubel prompted gently, subtly reinforcing the narrative. No, just a broken bar. Anger, pure anger on his face, and then a broken bar. Then he just lashed out. Hit poor Davin there. Milo gestured vaguely towards the bandaged figures, right in the face. Sent him sprawling. And the reason for this attack? Rubel inquired, his tone implying the answer was obvious. No reason, Milo insisted, his voice rising slightly in panic. None at all. Those lads, he nodded towards the bandaged pair again. They wasn't doing nothing, just standing there, maybe talking to some girls, friendly like. It was a broken bar. It was savage, Your Grace. Uncalled for. He practically scuttled back into the cluster of witnesses. Elara, Rubel called the stout woman forward. Your account? Elara twisted her apron, her face pale. Just like Milo said, Excellency. I saw it all. Lord Ferrum looked like he was spoiling for a fight from the moment he turned the corner, eyes all hard. You know, those poor boys didn't stand a chance. He just a broken bar attacked. Shouting things too. Shouting? Rubel seized on the detail. What sort of things? Elara faltered, glancing nervously at Rubel. Well, a broken bar. Angry things, Excellency. Threats. Like a broken bar, like he owned the street. Said he'd teach him who was boss. She wrung her hands. It was frightening. Frightening indeed, Rubel echoed gravely. He gestured to the other 3 witnesses. Do your accounts align with what Milo and Elara have described? Did any of you see any provocation from these young men? A chorus of mumbled no, Your Excellency, just like they said, and he just hit him. Rose from the remaining 3, their eyes wide with fear, their stories overlapping slightly but sticking firmly to the core narrative of Lloyd's unprovoked, instant aggression. Rubel let the weight of their testimony settle before turning his attention to the bandaged figures, his voice softening with pity. And these poor souls are broken bar loyal servants of families connected to our own Ferrum line, he added, subtly linking them to the broader family structure, merely attempted to speak with their young lord yesterday, perhaps to understand the previous day's aggression, and for their troubles. He gestured towards the bandages. This horror inflicted deliberately, cruelly. One of the bandage men emitted a particularly long, drawn-out groan, shifting painfully in his chair. The smell of medicinal salve and something faintly unpleasant emanated from them. But the most heart-wrenching testimony, Rubel continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, drawing everyone's attention, comes from the innocent parties caught in the middle. He beckoned the two young girls forward again. They approached the desk like lambs to the slaughter, trembling visibly. "Child," Rubel addressed the taller girl, his voice gentle, almost paternal. "Please, do not fear. Just tell the Archduke the truth. Few days ago, near Weaver's Alley Broken Bar, what happened? Did those young men," he carefully avoided naming the bandaged figures directly this time, "bother you, threaten you in any way?" The girl shook her head violently, tears welling in her eyes. "No, Your Excellency." "No, Your Grace," she choked out, her voice thin and reedy. "They were Broken Bar. They were nice, truly. We were a bit lost, see, and Thea Broken Bar. They just asked if we needed help finding the Weavers Guild Hall. Showed us the way on a little map one of them had." She sniffled. "They weren't mean at all." "Map?" Lloyd thought incredulously. "That's a new one." "Creative." "And then what happened?" Rubel prompted softly. The second girl burst into loud, theatrical sobs, burying her face in her friend's shoulder. "Lord Ferrum," she wailed between sobs. "He came a Broken Bar. He came out of nowhere. He looked a Broken Bar terrifying, like a Broken Bar, like a demon." She shuddered dramatically. "He yelled at the boys for a Broken Bar for talking to us. Said a Broken Bar said they had no right. Then he a Broken Bar he hit one, just like the witnesses said. He said a Broken Bar." She trailed off, sobbing harder. "What did he say, child?" Rubel pressed gently, milking the moment. "What threat did he make?" "He said a Broken Bar. He said he'd burn them." The girl cried out, lifting her tear-streaked face. "He said he'd burn them if they ever looked at us again. We were so scared. We just ran." She collapsed back into her friend's embrace, her small body shaking with contrived fear. It was a masterful performance of manipulation, Lloyd had to admit, albeit a crude one. Rubel had coached them well, layering specific lies onto the general narrative, playing on sympathy, painting Lloyd not just as aggressive, but as possessive, threatening, almost demonic. Ferrum, standing beside his father, allowed a small, cruel smile to touch his lips. He found the girl's performance particularly amusing. Viscount Rubel turned slowly, facing Archduke Roy, his expression now one of righteous conviction. "Your Grace." His voice resonated with authority. "The evidence is undeniable. 5 impartial witnesses, 2 grievously injured victims. The terrified testimony of the very girls Lord Lloyd claims he was protecting. It paints a consistent, damning picture, an unprovoked, brutal assault driven by arrogance and rage. An abuse of power that stains the honor of our name." Chapter 42. He straightened to his full height, his gaze sweeping briefly over Lloyd with triumphant disdain before settling back on Roy. "This cannot stand, Your Grace. For the sake of justice, for the sake of order, for the sake of the Ferrum reputation, there must be accountability." His voice hardened, the demand ringing clear. "I repeat my request. Lord Lloyd Ferrum must kneel before these men he has wronged, apologize sincerely for his actions, and offer compensation for their suffering. 5 gold coins each. It is the least that can be done to redress this egregious offense." He folded his arms, looking expectantly at Roy, confident that the sheer weight of the orchestrated testimony left the Archduke no other option. Checkmate. The silence in the study stretched, thick and suffocating. The witnesses held their breath. The bandaged men fell silent, their groans momentarily forgotten. Ram's smirk widened. Rubel stood tall, awaiting the inevitable judgment. Rosa remained perfectly still, an emerald statue observing the proceedings with inscrutable detachment. Ken Park hadn't moved a muscle, a pillar of stoic readiness beside Lloyd. Archduke Roy Ferrum's gaze remained fixed on his son. He had listened without interruption, his face revealing nothing. Now, the moment of judgment had arrived. The assembled players waited for him to lower the boom, to enforce the seemingly inevitable conclusion Rubel had so carefully constructed. Roy did not look at Rubel. He did not look at the witnesses or the victims. His intense, penetrating gaze remained locked on Lloyd. "Lloyd," Roy stated, his voice cutting through the thick silence like a blade, flat, devoid of judgment, yet carrying the immense weight of his authority. "Viscount Rubel has presented his case and his demands. The witnesses have spoken." He paused, letting the finality sink in. "The 24 hours I granted you have elapsed." He leaned forward fractionally, the movement drawing every eye. "You claimed you could prove your innocence. You claimed you could expose the truth." His voice dropped slightly, becoming impossibly quiet, yet resonating with absolute command. "The stage is yours. Present your proof." The air in the Archduke's study hung thick and expectant, saturated with the poison of Rubel's accusations and the weight of the fabricated testimonies. The Viscount stood smugly, arms folded, awaiting the inevitable capitulation. Rand smirked, savoring the anticipated humiliation of his cousin. The witnesses trembled, caught between fear of Rubel and the imposing presence of the Archduke. The bandaged figures offered occasional, strategically timed groans. Rose remained an enigma, a silent observer clad in emerald green. All eyes were on Lloyd, awaiting his defense, his excuses, his inevitable crumble under the orchestrated weight of evidence. Lloyd rose from his chair, not with defiance, not with anger, but with a calm, almost serene confidence that was deeply unsettling. He didn't immediately address his father or his uncle. Instead, he walked slowly, deliberately, towards the cluster of terrified witnesses, his footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Ken Park remained by the chair, a silent anchor. He stopped directly in front of them, close enough that they could smell the faint scent of soap and starch from his tunic, close enough that they couldn't avoid his direct, penetrating gaze. He looked at each of them in turn, his eyes lingering for a moment, seeming to peel back the layers of their fear and deceit. They flinched under his scrutiny, shuffling, looking down, anywhere but at him. "Milo," Lloyd began, his voice quiet but carrying easily in the tense silence. He addressed the thin, shifty-eyed man who had spoken first. "Milo Tanner runs a small stall selling slightly bruised fruit near the East Gate, correct?" "Always struggling to make ends meet, especially since acquiring that rather unfortunate gambling debt at the Lucky Griffin Tavern 2 months ago." Milo jerked as if struck, his face draining of all remaining color. He stared at Lloyd, mouth agape. "How a broken bar, a debt currently held," Lloyd continued smoothly, ignoring the stammered question, "by a moneylender known to have a broken bar close ties to certain interests affiliated with Viscount Rubel, a debt for which the collection methods were becoming increasingly a broken bar persuasive, until, perhaps, a generous offer was made. An offer to clear the slate entirely, maybe even add a few silver coins on top, in exchange for a small service." "A simple recitation?" Milo trembled violently, unable to speak, his eyes wide with terror. Lloyd moved his gaze to the stout woman, Elara Gable. "Your son, young Tim, suffers from the grey lung sickness, does he not? Requires expensive imported herbs from the Southern Isles, herbs far beyond your means as a washerwoman." His voice softened slightly, a hint of sympathy that made the underlying implication even sharper. "A desperate situation. One that makes a mother vulnerable. Perhaps vulnerable enough to accept a broken bar assistance. Funds delivered discreetly, ensuring Tim receives his medicine, in return for remembering events near Weaver's Alley in a particular light." Elara burst into tears, burying her face in her already damp apron, her shoulders shaking. He addressed the remaining 3 in quick succession, his voice remaining calm, almost conversational, yet each word landed like a precisely aimed blow. "And you, John," he pointed to a burly man trying to shrink behind the others. "Caught skimming from the guild warehouse where you work, facing expulsion, disgrace, possibly prison, until a certain foreman, known to take instructions from associates of the Viscount, offered to make the problem a broken bar disappear. For a favor." "Henry." He fixed his gaze on a pale youth. "Involved in that brawl that near the docks last week? The one where the harbor master's nephew got his jaw broken?" Charges were about to be pressed. Magically, they vanished. "Coincidentally, right after you agreed to witness something for certain influential people." "And finally, Martha," he looked at the last woman, older, face etched with worry lines. Your daughter's impending marriage to a respectable merchant's son. A marriage threatened by the resurfacing of an old, embarrassing family scandal from your youth. A scandal someone, his eyes flickered meaningfully towards Rubel, dug up and threatened to reveal. Unless you cooperated. He paused, letting the weight of the individual exposures sink in, watching the complete collapse of the witnesses' composure. Their terrified silence, their tears, their trembling, spoke louder than any forced testimony ever could. 5 people, Lloyd concluded, turning slowly away from the wreckage of their credibility to face his father and uncle directly. 5 lives, each with a vulnerability. Debt, desperation, fear of disgrace, legal trouble, blackmail. Levers all conveniently pulled by individuals connected, directly or indirectly, to my esteemed uncle, Viscount Lloyd Ferrum. His gaze locked onto Rubel's, cold and sharp. Coincidence, or a rather clumsy pattern of coercion and bribery? Lloyd Ferrum's face had transformed from smug confidence to disbelief, then rapidly darkening fury. The smoothness vanished, replaced by a harsh rigidity. Lies, slander. How dare you impugn these honest folk based on rumor and speculation? He snarled, taking a step forward, his voice losing its controlled modulation. Rumor? Lloyd raised an eyebrow, pulling a neatly folded sheaf of parchments from within his tunic. A Ken Park's overnight report, concise and damning. I assure you, uncle, this is far more than rumor. Dates, names, amounts, connections. A broken bar documented. He didn't offer the parchments, merely tapped them lightly, letting the implication hang. Shall I elaborate further? Perhaps discuss the specific moneylender, the foreman, the source of the blackmail material? Rubel visibly recoiled, his face paling slightly. He recognized the threat. Lloyd wasn't bluffing. And now, Lloyd continued, his voice regaining its calm, almost gentle tone as he turned towards the 2 young girls who stood frozen, watching the proceedings with wide, terrified eyes. The final piece. He walked towards them, stopping a respectful distance away. He crouched slightly, bringing himself closer to their level, his expression softening entirely. Eliza, Maria. He addressed them by names Ken had provided. It's all right. You don't have to be afraid anymore. The girls looked at him, then glanced fearfully towards Rubel, then back at Lloyd, tears still streaming down their faces. Yesterday, Lloyd said gently, after our broken bar encounter, I sought you out. Didn't I? The taller girl, Eliza, nodded hesitantly, wiping her eyes. And I warned you, didn't I? I told you that the people behind those men might try to silence you, or force you to lie. He paused, letting them remember. I told you they might threaten you, or offer your families things they desperately need. Both girls nodded again, more emphatically this time. And I told you, Lloyd continued, his voice full of quiet assurance, that no matter what they threatened, no matter what they promised, the truth was your strongest shield. I told you that if you were forced to lie today, you simply had to wait for my signal, and then tell the Archduke everything that truly happened. Didn't I promise I would protect you if you told the truth? Eliza looked straight at him, a flicker of hope dawning in her tear-filled eyes. Why yes, young lord. You did. You promised. Chapter 44. Then tell him now, Lloyd urged gently, straightening up and gesturing towards his father. Tell the Archduke what really happened near Weaver's Alley 2 days ago. Tell him what those men said to you. Tell him how they blocked your path. Tell him how you felt. Eliza took a deep, shuddering breath, looked at her friend Maria, who nodded encouragement, and then turned to face the Archduke. Her voice, though trembling, rang with newfound conviction. Your Grace, she began, the words tumbling out in a rush. It a broken bar. It wasn't like they said. Those men a broken bar. They weren't helping us. They cornered us. They were saying a broken bar awful things, making rude jokes. We tried to get past, but they wouldn't let us. We were scared. Maria chimed in, emboldened by her friend. They called us names, Your Grace, and a broken bar, and one of them tried to grab Eliza's arm. We were terrified. Then a broken bar. Then Lloyd Ferrum came. He didn't shout threats. He just a broken bar. He told them off. He hit the leader, yes, but only after he wouldn't stop. And then he lectured them, like a broken bar, like a schoolmaster. And yesterday, Eliza continued breathlessly, A man came to our homes. A scary man with cold eyes. He a broken bar. He offered Papa money. Lots of money. Said we just had to say the boys were nice. That Lord Ferrum was mean. He said a broken bar. He said bad things would happen if we didn't. Tears flowed freely again, but these were tears of relief, of truth finally spoken. The study was utterly silent, save for the girl's ragged breathing. The meticulously constructed narrative Rubel had built lay in ruins, shattered by the simple, heartfelt testimony of the children he had tried to manipulate, corroborated by the exposed vulnerabilities of his coerced witnesses. Lloyd turned slowly, deliberately, to face his uncle. The calm amusement was gone, replaced by a cold, scathing contempt. "Well, Uncle Rubel?" His voice dripped with sarcasm. "A misunderstanding, you called it?" Tragic of reaction. He gestured towards the now silent bandaged figures. "Or perhaps just another move in your long, pathetic game? Another attempt to discredit the main line, to sow discord, to position yourself closer to the seat you so desperately covet." He took a step towards Rubel, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "You think my father is blind? You think I am blind to your ambition, to the whispers, to the convenient accidents that seem to follow those who oppose you?" He leaned in slightly, invoking memories only he possessed from a future that never was, yet felt chillingly real. "Like your persistent attempts, previous understanding, a broken bar to engineer an engagement between your arrogant whelp of a son." He shot a venomous look at Ran, who paled significantly, and Rosa Siddiq. Across the room, Rosa's head snapped up. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, the mask of indifference finally cracking, replaced by stunned disbelief. How a broken bar? How could he possibly know that? The engagement discussions had been brief, secret, vehemently rejected by her father years ago, long before her marriage to Lloyd was even contemplated. It was a hidden piece of family history, buried deep. Lloyd's knowledge was impossible. "You," Lloyd spat at Rubel, ignoring Rosa's shock, focusing his ire entirely on his uncle, "have been maneuvering against the main branch for years, undermining my father subtly, waiting for weakness, plotting this stunt, trying to frame me, using coerced witnesses and injured pawns." Pathetic, desperate, and utterly transparent. Before Rubel could formulate a defense, before the sputtering rage could erupt into denial, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum moved. He rose slowly from behind his desk, his full height seeming to fill the room, radiating an aura of power far more potent than any spirit pressure. His face was thunderous, colder and harder than Lloyd had ever seen it. His eyes, fixed on his brother Rubel, blazed with a fury that promised retribution. "Rubel Ferrum." Roy's voice was deceptively quiet, yet it cracked through the tension like a whip, sharp and absolute. Every person in the room flinched. "You dare?" He took a step around the desk, his gaze unwavering. "You dare orchestrate these a broken bar farce in my own study? You dare coerce witnesses? You dare attempt to manipulate my own son, the heir to this duchy?" His voice rose steadily, each word dripping with contempt. "You dare plot and scheme against the head family, against me?" Rubel visibly shrank under the onslaught, his earlier arrogance completely evaporated, replaced by stark fear. "Brother, yeah, broken bar. It was a misunderstanding. I was misinformed. These witnesses a broken bar." "Silence!" Roy roared, the sound echoing off the stone walls, making the very air tremble. "I have tolerated your ambition, your maneuvering, your subtle undermining for far too long. Considered our broken bar political necessity. Kinship." He practically spat the word. "No more." He pointed a trembling finger at his brother. "Know this, Rubel Ferrum. If you, or any member of your immediate family," his gaze flickered briefly towards the terrified Ran, "ever attempt anything against the head family again, any plot, any manipulation, any whisper of dissent, I will not hesitate. I will strip you of your titles, seize your lands, and banish your entire line from the Ferrum name and blood forever. You will be erased." The threat hung in the air, absolute and terrifying. "As for these a broken bar transgression," Roy continued, his voice regaining its icy control, "there will be immediate consequence. You will pay a fine of 100 gold coins to the ducal treasury by sunset tomorrow. A pittance, perhaps, but a public acknowledgement of your offense." He waved a dismissive hand towards the door. "Now get out of my sight, all of you." He included the witnesses, the bandaged figures, and ran in the command. Rubel stared, aghast at the severity of the judgment, the public humiliation, the explicit threat of banishment. But he saw the unwavering resolve in his brother's eyes. He opened his mouth, perhaps to protest, then closed it again, defeated. He bowed stiffly, a mockery of respect, turned on his heel, and stormed out of the study, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Rand scrambled after him, shooting Lloyd one last look of pure hatred. The witnesses and the bandaged victims scurried out like frightened mice, vanishing into the corridor. Roy then turned his attention back to Lloyd, his expression still stern, but the overt fury lessening slightly, replaced by a complex mix of assessment and perhaps a broken bar grudging approval. He also glanced towards Rosa, who was still processing Lloyd's impossible revelation about the engagement attempt, her usual composure visibly shaken. "Furthermore," Roy declared, his voice resonating with authority once more, "the matter of Viscount Lloyd Ferrum and the conduct of his branch family will be the primary agenda item at the Ferrum Family Summit next week. His position, his influence via Broken Bar will be reassessed thoroughly." The implication was clear. Rubel hadn't just failed, he had potentially crippled his own standing within the family hierarchy for years to come. Lloyd stood tall, meeting his father's gaze. He had not only proven his innocence but had turned his uncle's attack into a devastating counteroffensive, exposing Rubel's treachery and solidifying his own unexpected competence in his father's eyes. The game had decisively shifted. Day number 7. The number pulsed behind Lloyd Ferrum's eyelids even before the first intrusive rays of dawn managed to pierce the heavy velvet curtains. 7 days. 168 hours since reality had decided to hit the cosmic rewind button, depositing his 80-year-old consciousness back into this infuriatingly youthful, perpetually awkward 19-year-old body. 7 days back on Riverio. 14 days married to an ice queen. 7 days sleeping on a broken bar. He cracked an eye open, greeted by the familiar, ridiculously ornate pattern carved into the ceiling plasterwork. Yup. Still the sofa. Still emitting that faint, aggressively floral scent of potpourri that seemed designed to induce headaches. Still boasting lumps in places furniture shouldn't even have places. 7 days, his internal monologue echoed, already picking up speed like a runaway. Minor cut. Feels like 7 years, or maybe just a particularly long, uncomfortable week trapped in aristocratic purgatory. He pushed himself up, swinging his legs over the side, the floorboards predictably cold against his bare feet. Another day, another duck at a broken bar, or maybe just another chance to not die humiliatingly before breakfast. A sigh escaped him, probably number a broken bar 50, 60. He'd lost count yesterday amidst the Rubel-induced farce. This body seemed predisposed to sighing. Or maybe it was just the cumulative weight of 3 lifetimes pressing down. Focus, Lloyd. Today is important. Today was the 7th day, the final hurdle, the finish line for Operation K9 Cuisine Upgrade. 5 system coins. That was the prize. 5 precious coins that, added to the 8 he'd scraped together through furniture destruction, bully slapping, and impromptu economics lectures, would finally a broken bar push him over the threshold. 10 coins to open the shop, 13 total. Enough. Barely enough, but enough. Anticipation thrummed beneath his skin, a low-voltage current chasing away the morning grogginess. The system, the shopping tree. That bizarre, potentially universe-altering catalogue of power he'd stumbled upon in his first life, understood on Earth, and now, finally, could use. What wonders, what horrors, what ridiculously overpriced upgrades awaited him behind that 10-coin paywall. He had to know. Chapter 46. He glanced towards the monolithic 4-poster bed shrouded in shadows across the room. Silence. No movement. Was Rosa asleep? Meditating? Mentally composing scathing critiques of his breathing technique? Impossible to say. Since the revelation about the failed engagement plot Rubel had orchestrated years ago, a secret he shouldn't possibly have known, the already frigid atmosphere between them had acquired a new layer of bewildered tension. She hadn't asked how he knew. She hadn't asked anything. Just a broken bar observed him with that unnerving, analytical intensity, like he was a particularly baffling physics problem she couldn't yet solve. Fine by me, he thought, grabbing his tunic. Let her analyze. Less chance of unexpected spirit pressure applications while she's busy running diagnostics. He dressed quickly, foregoing any attempt at nobleman finery. Simple trousers, sturdy tunic. Practical. Today wasn't about impressing anyone, it was about function. He paused at the door, listening. Still silent from the bed. Good. He slipped out, closing the heavy door softly behind him, leaving the scent of lavender and lingering questions in his wake. The grand halls of the Ferrum estate were hushed in the pre-dawn gloom, echoing slightly with his footsteps. Torches flickered in wall sconces, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. Ancestral portraits stared down from the walls, their painted eyes seeming to follow his progress with silent judgment. Morning, Great Uncle Volag. He mentally nodded at a particularly grim-looking warrior in elaborate plate mail. Try not to frown so hard you'll crack the varnish. He bypassed the kitchens today. The final ritual deserved more significance than a hurried exchange near the larders. He needed space, quiet, a place less steeped in the suffocating formalities and simmering resentments of the estate proper. His steps carried him out through a side entrance, into the cool, damp air of the awakening gardens. Mist clung to the sculpted hedges and dripped from the leaves of ancient oaks, muffling sound, creating a world of grey and green solitude. He followed a less traveled path, winding away from the main gardens, the gravel crunching softly underfoot. The air grew cleaner here, smelling of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, metallic tang of ozone that often preceded a storm, or perhaps just the proximity of potent magic. He reached his destination, a small, secluded pond nestled within a protective embrace of weeping willows, their long tendrils brushing the still, dark surface of the water. This felt right. Calm, removed. A place where the mundane rules of court intrigue felt distant, less relevant. He stood at the water's edge, watching the sky slowly bleed from bruised purple to pale rose in the reflection. The silence was profound, broken only by the gentle blip of water dripping from willow leaves and the first tentative chirp of a waking bird. Okay, system. 7 days. Paid my dues in poultry. He took a deep, centering breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs. Let's see the payoff. He reached for the spirit stone tucked inside his tunic. Not the smooth, inert pebble it had felt like a week ago. Now, it seemed to thrum faintly against his skin, holding a latent warmth. He pushed his energy into it, and not the hesitant trickle of before, but a confident, steady stream. The connection felt instantaneous, solid. The air before him didn't just shimmer this time. It vibrated, warping the reflection on the pond's surface. Light seemed to bend inwards, drawn towards a focal point with an audible, resonant hum that vibrated deep in Lloyd's chest. It wasn't a simple summoning, it felt like reality itself was being peeled back to allow something powerful to step through. Then, Fang materialized. Lloyd's breath caught in his throat. He'd seen the progression, the daily improvements, but the final leap, a broken bar, it was staggering. This creature standing silently before him bore only a passing resemblance to the scrawny, hesitant wolf thing of 7 days prior. Fang was magnificent, terrifyingly so. He stood taller now, radiating an almost visible aura of contained power that made the hairs on Lloyd's arm stand on end. His coat wasn't merely grey, it was the deep, shifting color of a thunderhead, heavy with unshed lightning, dark and sleek, with intricate, darker patterns swirling across his flanks like captured smoke. When he moved his head slightly, the light caught subtle undertones of deep indigo and electrics blue. His form was lean, honed, every line speaking of speed and lethal grace. Muscles rippled beneath the storm cloud fur with fluid power, promising devastating speed and strength. The apologetic ear droop was long gone. His ears were sharp, alert, constantly swiveling, sampling the air, catching nuances Lloyd couldn't perceive. The slight awkwardness of his posture was replaced by a quiet, intense stillness, the coiled readiness of an apex predator completely aware of its surroundings. And his eyes are broken bar gods, his eyes no longer the simple brown of a bewildered canine. They were a piercing, molten gold, burning with an unnerving intelligence that seemed to bore right through Lloyd, seeing not just the 19-year-old body, but the ancient soul trapped within. There was wisdom there, yes, but also a crackling, barely restrained energy. It felt like staring into the heart of a controlled storm. Okay, universe, point taken. Lloyd's internal monologue stammered for a rare moment. Note to self, assumptions based on first life memories are potentially hazardous to my health. A weak wolf spirit. What was I smoking? These are broken bar. This is something else entirely. He tried to rationalize it again. Protein? Latent genetics. Magic? Screw it. It's magic. Powerful, scary, awesome magic currently staring at me like it knows my credit score. Fang lowered his magnificent head, the movement fluid and deliberate, and nudged Lloyd's outstretched hand gently. The touch sent a jolt, like static electricity magnified tenfold, tingling up Lloyd's arm. Beneath the fur, he could feel the tightly coiled muscle, the thrumming energy. Right, Lloyd managed, his voice slightly hoarse. He retrieved the final offering at the whole roasted bird, looking sudden and inadequate compared to the creature before him. Day 7, Fang. Compliments of the chef or broken bar and the system, apparently. Fang accepted the bird with a quiet dignity that felt almost regal. He consumed it with focused efficiency, each bite precise, powerful. No frantic gulping, no tearing rush, just controlled, effective demolition. When the last bone was cleanly stripped, Fang looked up, those intense golden eyes meeting Lloyd's. He gave a distinct, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture so intelligent, so deliberate, it sent another shiver down Lloyd's spine. And then, the chime, clear as a struck bell, resonating solely within the confines of Lloyd's mind. Task complete, Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade. Objective achieved, spirit partner consistently nourished for 7 days. Result, exponential improvement in vitality and potential unlocked. Subject now exhibits vaguely robust status and significantly less existential angst. Reward issued, 5 system coins, SC, current balance, 8, previous, plus 5, reward, equals 13 SC. 13. The number glowed invitingly in his mental vision. Finally, relief washed over him, quickly followed by a surge of fierce anticipation. The key. He had the key. System, he breathed. The word barely a whisper in the pre-dawn stillness, his gaze fixed on the empty air before him where the interface always appeared. Access. Open the shop. Now. The air rippled, shimmered. The familiar translucent blue screen materialized, but it felt a broken bar grander today. More substantial, edged with faint, pulsing lines of light. System notification. Access threshold reached. Processing request. Accessing the shopping tree. Primary interface. Cost, 10 system coins deducted. Current balance, 13 to 10 equals 3 SC. 3 left. Okay, cutting it fine, but worth it. Congratulations, user Lloyd Ferrum. Welcome to the shopping tree. Your one-stop cosmic catalog for all things power. Initializing first-time user protocols. Analyzing user profile. Profile analysis. Active bond detected with primary spirit. Designation, Fang. Spirit exhibits significant latent potential and untapped elemental affinity. Welcome bonus activated. Granting, one-time manifestation empowerment grant. Value, 100 system coins, SC. Purpose, purchase of a single manifestation level ability for primary spirit Fang. Restriction, grant funds applicable only to abilities aligning with the spirit's inherent elemental affinity. Affinity scan complete. Spirit designation Fang possesses a primary elemental affinity, lightning. Secondary affinities, dormant, shadow. Lloyd blinked, rereading the message, his heart doing a startled leap. Lightning? Fang wasn't just some super wolf, he was a lightning spirit and dormant shadow affinity, and a question mark? What the hell was this creature bound to him? The implications were staggering. And 100 free coins? Specifically for a lightning power? It was like winning a lottery he didn't even know he'd entered. Lightning, he murmured, looking at Fang, who stood patiently, radiating that low-level electrical hum. Golden eyes watched him, knowing. Okay, Fang. Okay. That explains a broken bar a lot. The speed of the transformation, the crackling energy, a broken bar, it all clicked into place. Another screen popped up, sleek, modern, vastly different from the basic text boxes he'd seen before. It pulsed with soft blue light, featuring intuitive-looking tabs labeled spirits, void powers, upgrades, consumables, miscellaneous. Most were grayed out, likely requiring higher access levels or more coins. But one section glowed invitingly: manifestation abilities, grant applicable. And below it, a prompt field blinked expectantly: design manifestation ability, lightning affinity, enter parameters. Beside it, a complex, holographic keyboard shimmered into existence, hovering in the air before him, waiting for his input. Chapter 48. Design. I get to broken bar design it. The scope of the system was proving even more vast than he'd imagined. Not just buying preset powers, but potentially crafting them. He needed something effective, something fast, something that complemented Fang's predatory grace and his own broken bar less direct methods. His mind flashed back again, not to complex equations this time, but to the vibrant, dynamic world of anime from his Earth life. Lightning technique was a broken bar, so many possibilities. Raw power like Thor, fine control like Gear, broken bar well, like many others. But one stood out. A technique famed for its speed, its lethality, its unique sound signature. A broken bar. Can the system handle something that specific? He wondered, fingers hovering over the glowing keys. Only one way to find out. He began to type, translating the visual and auditory memory into descriptive parameters. He dictated mentally as his fingers flew across the holographic keys. User concentrates vast amount of lightning spirit energy into primary limb. A forepaw, claw. Must induce dramatics burst speed enhancement during activation phase. Energy manifests as visible, crackling blue-white charge around the limb. Attack form, high velocity piercing thrust or slash. Must be capable of penetrating reinforced physical defenses and baseline magical shields. Critical parameter, activation generates a unique, high-frequency auditory signature. A sound must resemble a dense chorus of birds chirping or chittering. He reread the prompt, ensuring he'd captured the key elements: concentration, speed, piercing power, electrical visual, unique sound. Satisfied, he hit the generate button. The system interface pulsed. Text scrolled rapidly across the screen. Query received. Parsing parameters: lightning affinity, limb concentration, speed boost, piercing damage, physical/magical, visual charge, blue/white, auditory signature, avian chorus. Searching manifestation tier ability database. Cross-referencing elemental mechanics and sound wave generation principles. Optimal match identified. Generating ability profile. The search results vanished, replaced by a detailed ability description. Skill name: 1000 chirp strike. Affinity: lightning. Tier: manifestation. Description: allows the spirit to gather and intensely concentrate lightning spirit energy into a single forelimb. This process generates a visible nimbus of crackling azure energy around the limb and grants a substantial, short-duration increase to movement and striking speed. The concentrated charge enables a high-velocity thrust or claw swipe capable of penetrating moderate physical armor and standard manifestation-level magical barriers. A distinctive, high-frequency chittering sound, likened to 1,000 birds, accompanies the charge buildup and activation. Energy cost: moderate per activation. Cooldown: minimal, reliant on spirit's energy recovery. Lloyd read the description, a slow, dangerous grin spreading across his face. 1000 chirp strike. It fit perfectly. Speed, piercing power, the iconic sound, and upgradable. The system hadn't just matched it, it had refined it. integrated it seamlessly. Bingo, he breathed. Without a second thought, he navigated the interface, selected 1000 chirp strike, and confirmed the purchase using the bonus grant. Grant funds applied. Transaction confirmed, 100 SC deducted. Acquiring skill, 1000 chirp strike, manifestation tier. Initiating spirit imprinting protocol. Target, designation Fang. He felt a then a tangible arc of pure energy leaping from the fading system interface, not towards him, but directly into Fang. The wolf stiffened, fur bristling, emitting a low growl that was less threat, more raw power surge. The air around Fang crackled audibly, filled with the impossible, high-pitched sound of thousands of tiny birds chirping frantically. Azure sparks danced along his dark coat. His golden eyes blazed with incandescent light for a split second. Then, as quickly as it began, the energy surge subsided. The frantic chirping faded, leaving only the gentle sounds of the pond and the low, powerful hum emanating from Fang himself. Imprinting complete. Skill 1000 chirp strike successfully integrated into Spirit Core Matrix. Current balance, 3 SC. The system interface vanished. Lloyd looked at Fang, who shook his magnificent head once. The movement fluid, controlled. The wolf seemed a broken bar sharper now. Faster, even in stillness. The latent electrical power felt more focused, more readily accessible. Lloyd could feel the new ability settled within their bond, a tangible connection, a weapon forged of lightning and sound, waiting patiently for the command to strike. A wolf spirit number. A lightning elemental, with a dormant shadow affinity, and potentially more. Armed with 1000 chirp strike. Lloyd let out a slow breath, the grin still firmly in place. The drab duckling wasn't just growing talons anymore. He was growing lightning claws that sang like 1000 birds before they pierced your heart. Okay, Fang, Lloyd said softly, reaching out to rest a hand on the wolf's powerfully thrumming shoulder. Okay. Things just got exponentially more interesting. 3 coins left in his account, but armed with hidden steel, innate fire, and now, a lightning spirit capable of assassination level speed. A broken bar. The game had changed irrevocably, and he was just getting started. The pre-dawn chill by the secluded pond felt less like a damp inconvenience and more like the aftermath of a contained explosion. The air still thrummed with the residual energy of Fang's transformation and the imprinting of the 1000 chirp strike. Lloyd rested a hand on the wolf spirit's shoulder, feeling the low-level vibration beneath the storm cloud fur. The quiet hum of contained lightning. Fang stood beside him, a magnificent, terrifying fusion of predatory grace and elemental power, his golden eyes surveying the misty landscape with an unnerving, ancient intelligence. Lightning spirit, Lloyd mused again, the implications still settling. Shadow affinity dormant. Question marks. A broken bar. What secrets was this creature hiding? What potential lay buried beneath the surface, waiting for the right key or perhaps the right amount of system coins? The possibilities were both exhilarating and daunting. For now, though, having a manifested ability, a powerful offensive tool like the 1000 chirp strike, felt like a monumental leap forward. He wasn't just a guy with a surprisingly tough wolf anymore. He was bonded to a nascent force of nature armed with lightning claws. He mentally dismissed the lingering system interface, the glow fading from his vision. 3 coins left, practically broke in the cosmic superpower economy. He needed more. Much more. Upgrading Fang to Ascension, let alone Transcend, would require thousands of coins. Buying void powers, upgrading his own hidden steel and fire abilities. A broken bar. The shopping list in his head was already miles long and terrifyingly expensive. Just as the familiar sense of being cosmically underfunded began to settle in, a new notification flickered into existence, precise and informative. New primary goal detected. Task: awaken latent maternal bloodline. Description: user possesses dormant void power potential inherited from the maternal lineage, Austin family. System analysis indicates potential for unique synergies with paternal Ferrum abilities and spirit affinity. Awakening requires significant energy infusion. Objective: accumulate 100 system coins, SC, specifically designated for bloodline awakening ritual. Note: these 100 SC must be acquired after the initiation of this task. Existing balance, 3 SC, not applicable. Lloyd stared. Maternal bloodline. His mother, Milady Austin. He knew her family possessed void abilities, respectable ones tied to sonic manipulation and sensory enhancement, but nothing overtly powerful or widely renowned like the Ferrum line's supposed iron powers. Dormant potential. Unique synergies. Another hidden layer. Gods, how much had he missed in his first life? But the requirement of broken bar 100 system coins. Specifically for this, his meager 3 coins wouldn't even count. He needed to earn a fresh 100, before the wave of "how the hell am I supposed to do that?" could fully hit him. Another notification popped up, detailing a new, permanent system function. System function unlocked. Currency conversion protocol mechanism. User may now convert standard Riverio currency into system coins. Daily limit. Maximum conversion equivalent to 10 system coins, SC, per 24-hour cycle. Exchange rates. 1000 bronze coins equals 1 SC. 10 silver coins equals 1 SC. 1 gold coin equals 10 SC. Conversion ratios. 100 bronze equals 1 silver. 100 silver equals 1 gold. Summary: user can acquire a maximum of 10 SC per day by converting 1 gold coin or 100 silver coins or 10,000 bronze coins. Lloyd's brain, the 80-year-old part accustomed to navigating complex financial systems, albeit Earth ones involving stocks, bonds, and the occasional dubious cryptocurrency, immediately started crunching numbers. 1 gold coin equals 10 system coins. Daily limit, 10 system coins. Okay, simple enough. Acquire 1 gold coin per day, feed it to the system, max out the conversion. Easy peasy. A broken bar. Accept a broken bar. My allowance, the 19-year-old part of his brain helpfully supplied, accompanied by a wave of remembered adolescent frustration. My pathetic, barely covers new gloves and maybe a book allowance. How much was it again? He dredged up the memory. 15 gold coins per month, deposited discreetly into an account managed by the estate bursar. Enough to maintain appearances, buy necessities, perhaps indulge in a minor extravagance without needing to constantly petition his father. But hardly a fortune, especially by Archduke heir standards. He did a quick mental calculation. 15 gold per month. That meant he could max out the 10 SC daily conversion for a broken bar 15 days per month. Pitiful. If he relied solely on his allowance, converting 1 gold coin daily whenever he could, it would take him a broken bar 10 days of conversion spread across months just to get the 100 SC needed for the awakening task. Forget about accumulating the thousands needed for upgrades. This is ridiculous, he thought, scowling. I have the cosmic equivalent of Amazon Prime for superpowers, and I'm stuck using pocket money like a teenager saving up for a concert ticket. Chapter 50. He recalled, with a fresh stab of irritation, his younger sister Jothy's allowance. 50 gold coins per month. 50. Why the disparity? Was it because she showed more conventional promise? Because she was the spare, potentially needing a larger dowry or independent means later? Or was it just another subtle way Lloyd Ferrum expressed disappointment in his mediocre elder son? Whatever the reason, the unfairness rankled, especially now that gold coins had suddenly transformed into the currency of actual power. He quickly contextualized the allowance. 1 silver coin, a broken bar roughly equivalent to a day's wages for a skilled laborer, may be enough to buy a decent meal and a cheap room for the night. Similar, perhaps, to the purchasing power of a single US dollar back on Earth, give or take inflation and interdimensional exchange rate weirdness. So, 100 silver coins in a gold coin, a broken bar. 15 gold coins a month meant his allowance was roughly 1,500 Earth bucks. Respectable, sure. Enough to live comfortably if he were just a normal student, enough to impress tavern girls or buy fancy boots, but not enough to fuel a system that demanded constant investment for real power. Converting his entire monthly allowance, 15 gold equals 150 SC total potential, would barely cover a basic void power rank up, let alone the high tier upgrades he desperately needed. Okay, he muttered, running a hand through his hair again, the frustration mounting. Plan A. Relying on allowance, utter failure, leads to being broke and underpowered. Not an option. He looked at Fang, who sat patiently, golden eyes watching him, radiating barely contained lightning. Fang needed upgrades. His dormant shadow affinity needed exploring. Lloyd's own steel and fire abilities needed refining, needed ranking up beyond the basic understanding he'd clawed towards in his first life. His potential maternal Austin bloodline needed awakening. All of it required coins. Hundreds, likely thousands of coins. Right, he straightened up, determination hardening his features. Plan B it is. Then, time to make some money. The thought immediately presented challenges. How did a 19-year-old Archduke's heir, closely watched, with limited freedom of movement and zero established business connections, suddenly start generating significant income? He couldn't exactly open a blacksmith shop specializing in magically enhanced steel. Too obvious. Too many questions. He couldn't leverage future knowledge of market trends without revealing his inexplicable prescience. He couldn't just invent something from Earth. The technological base here was too different, the magical factors too unpredictable. He needed something subtle, something that leveraged his unique advantages without exposing them. His Earth knowledge, his understanding of basic scientific principles unknown here, his analytical skills honed over decades. His mind flashed back to the previous day's lessons. Master Elmsworth, resource management, logistics, inventory control, ideas that had seemed radical, revolutionary, even to a seasoned academic tutor. Ideas based on simple efficiency, observation, and data analysis. Principles largely ignored in Riverio's tradition-bound economy. Could he a broken bar consult, offer insights, develop optimization strategies for guilds, merchants, maybe even his own family's vast holdings? He pictured himself, the mediocre heir, suddenly presenting detailed reports on streamlining warehouse operations or maximizing forestry yields. It would raise eyebrows. Certainly, questions would be asked. Where did he get these ideas? But maybe a broken bar, maybe he could frame it correctly, attribute it to diligent study, a different perspective, applying principles learned from obscure texts found in the family archives. It was thin, perhaps, but plausible enough to deflect immediate suspicion, especially if the results were profitable. Profit tended to smooth over awkward questions. He looked down at his remaining 3 system coins displayed mentally. Pathetic. He needed 1 gold coin today to max out the conversion. Where could he get 1 gold coin quickly, discreetly? Selling something? Unlikely he owned anything valuable enough that wouldn't be missed. Borrowing? From whom? Dorothy. Unlikely she'd lend it without asking why. And definitely unlikely she'd keep quiet about it. His gaze drifted back towards the main estate, hidden beyond the trees. The treasury. His further controlled the main coffers, but surely there were discretionary funds, household accounts, a broken bar number. He shut down that line of thinking immediately. Stealing from his own family, even borrowing without permission, was a line he wouldn't cross. Not just morally, but strategically. If discovered, it would destroy the fragile trust he was beginning to build with his father. Okay, plan C for immediate funds, tasks. The system offered them. Slapping bullies, surviving spousal wrath, lecturing tutors. A broken bar they paid, albeit poorly. Were there higher-paying tasks available? Exceptional deeds? Maybe something tied to his developing powers? He needed to be more proactive, seek out opportunities, not just wait for them to fall into his lap. He took another deep breath, the scent of damp earth and ozone filling his lungs. Right. New priorities.